Hello and good morning everyone to the British Masters Athletics Track and Field Championships 2024. Lovely weather here in Derby this morning, not too bad. Competition should be starting shortly underway. Had some great performances though yesterday where it all began. I can get some results up for you. Just field events yesterday, so we had just hammer, discus and shot, mainly men's events, but nonetheless some great competitions. As you can see there on the screen, we've begun the day 2 of the British Masters Athletics competition. Shortly we will have the men's 110 hurdles underway. So in lane 1 we have Bilin Ahmet, in lane 2 Israel Nolgan, in lane 3 Stefan Wilkinson, in lane 4 Michael Louise, in lane 5 Clint Nichols, and in lane 6 Ashley Pichard. A mixture of age categories here of V35 and also V40 and V45. Also underway, we also have the women's hammer throw has started, as well as the warm-ups for the men's long jump.
Press and hold to switch it on. It'll flash for a little bit. So that's settled, so how that works. Right there. Community, just press it once until they're red. Bottom.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, the women's hammer throw is underway. We're in bib number 599. We have Natalie Mann, 613, Susan Wise, 577, Emma Beardmore, 578, Charlotte Bird, 575, Laura Allen, 617, Gemma Bate, 616, Karen Bailey, 639, Lucy Marshall, 634, Louise Hampton, 675, Catherine Louise Kay, 664, Tanya Coulson, and 687, Dawn Williams. If I can get some results for you along the way, I will. Like I said, the competition just starting. I believe the men are getting ready in the blocks. Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to welcome you to Derby's Moorways Stadium here for the British Masters Championships 2024. A nice warm welcome to you all. I believe the competition is already underway. We have the women's hammer throw over in the inside cage and also the men's long jump. I'll try and keep you updated as the day goes on. But the first track event of the morning will be the men's 110 hurdles. or that you did not see there. We also have, like I said, the men's long jump underway. Some white flags so far. Quite calm out there, not too windy. $4.91 for Daniel Ofosu. So a great start for him. Some more action in the long jump. Oh, unfortunately, no jump there for William Ensign. Still waiting for the tracks to start. We are a little bit behind schedule already, but nevertheless, I'm sure we'll catch up. As we settle into the blocks. Great start for all the athletes there. Just starting to pull away the two athletes on the inside. We've got Israel and Stefan, a nice great competition, but now Stefan's starting to pull away. 16-14. Great start for the competition here today. A nice lovely race to start off. Really competitive actually that was. Hopefully I'll get the official results, but the clock showing 16-14 there. Just a slight change to the lineup. So once I get the official results, I can let you know the names of that results. I believe in this next race we might only have one competitor, but we'll see. Just keep it loading. Like I said, still underway the men's long jump. $4.36 there for Samuel Nash. Unfortunately, still no results yet for the women's hammer throw, but like I said, if I do get any updates, I will let you know.
Is there anybody in the stand who'd like to help us break the pit? We've got one lady doing it on her own. She's very tired. Come on.
Fortunate there, no jump there for next following athlete in the long jump. So yes, like I said, a very busy morning this morning we have the women's hammer throw happening. The women's 60 discus is happening outside of the infield, I should say. We'll also have the men's javelin age group M65, M80 plus. Men's long jump, as I've mentioned, we have the M35, M45. The shot put is happening in it as well. If I can hopefully try and keep you all updated with that. The men's 55 and 60s. And then we also have in the other long jump pit, men 55, men's 50. And then we'll have a nice little break before the next set of field events are happening. So like I said, I'll try and keep you updated as to what's happening there. Just waiting for the next race to get underway as we have got the long jump going on. 4 meters 54 for the athlete who's just finished the hurdles and now ran straight over to the long jump. Must be very tired, but a quick recovery. 4:54, great way to start. Next on the runway is 252. Just a slight delay as well now with the men's long jump. We are ready for the next race on the track as the athletes are now stood behind their blocks. So in lane 1 we have Dade Adaway, in lane 2 Michael Lewis, in lane 3 Matthew Dyson, and in lane 4 Casper Kazmarks as they get into the blocks. Nice and even start there with the two in the middle rising up. It's Southern Counties, Michael Louise, who's starting to push away. Southern West veteran AC Lee Matthew Dyson just hitting that last hurdle. Nice push towards the end. 15:58 the clock finishes at. Great race there for the men. Like I said, very still out there, not much wind at all. Back to the men's long jump. Next to go on the runway for the Southern Counties Veterans AC Paul Ogun. Great height on takeoff there. White flags, what we like to see. Seems quite happy with that jump. On the pit closest to us, next to jump is Craig Beecham, also from Southern Counties Veterans. That was a 6:83 for Daniel on the runway now. Craig Beecham, Southern Counties Veterans AC. Doesn't seem too happy with that jump, but he gets the white flag. $5.94 I believe.
Who won that last race, did you see?
In the last race,
Caspers and Michael Louise.
give me a second. I believe it was Michael.
Alright, did you see the time?
It was 15. I can't remember. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, nice. Are these results coming live on there?
Yeah, the results are on open track.
Open track, okay.
Back to the men's long jump. Run through, unfortunately, there. It's not very often that you have to run away side by side going at the same time, but I'm sure these athletes are used to it. Unfortunate no jump there. On the far side, who is your Midlands Masters champion? That was Jack Paxson. We've still got a lot more to give. Now on the closest runway to us. That was Mark Lawrence. Neil Barton just taking off there. Unfortunate no jump as he shows a little bit of expression there in the pit laying down. Unfortunate for him. Only just over. So ways to improve. Next on the run-up, number 99, Ashley Reed for Veterans AC. of mental preparation there for him before he takes his jump. Here he goes. Gets the white flag. (5 meters 41) for that jump there for Ashley Reed. So also have to remind you all that these are a mixture of age groups that are jumping at the moment. Back to the pit closest to us, that was Ian Allen of the South West Veterans AC. (5 meters 44). So both competitions are really close. Still waiting on some official results for the previous events, but as soon as I do get them, I will let you know. The next track action we will have is the women's 55 plus 1500 meter race. We still take a look at the men's long jump. Oh, synchronised a long jump in there for Gary Smith. That was Gary Smith and William Easton. Bit of synchronised jumping. Luckily, both of them getting the white flag. Fortunately, neither of them very happy with that jump. Next on the runway for Milton Keynes. On the far side, that was Grant Sterling in the Southern Counties Veterans League. Beautiful takeoff there. Still does not very happy with the jump. (5:49) for him. Run through on the closest side there, but they still measure it as he was behind the board. And first look at a para-athlete as well today. As he runs down the runway, takes off. And gets the white flag, that's what we like to see. Not very many red flags this evening. Michael Bates. 5 meters 22 for Michael Bates. Like I said, first look at a para athlete this evening. Hopefully we'll be seeing lots more. Back to Craig Beecham on the closest side, who attacks the runway. Newbury AC. Five meters 58 for him. So a slight improvement. As mentioned before, as you can see in the background, we do also have the men's javelin underway as well. Unfortunate run through there for Gary Smith of the Eastern Masters AC. So wasn't happy with that run up. Many of these athletes this weekend will be doing multiple events, so you might hear their names creeping up more and more. I can see just out here in front of me the women's 1500 metres are just making their way out onto the track. Still men's long jump underway. We have number 2 on the runway. Fortunate no jump. I think mentioned that's Bilin Ahmet. Just finished in the hurdles and straight over to the long jump. Hopefully he had enough time to get his run up down and measure that out. Just here to confirm some results for you. So that first race, the men's 110 hurdles, in first place, Stefan Wilkinson with a time of 16:13. In second place, Israel Nagorin with a time of 16:43. In third place, who we just saw in the long jump, Bilin Ahmet, with a time of 18:56. In fourth place, Ashley Pitchard with a time of 18:64, and then in fifth place was Clint Nichols with a time of 20.40. I also have the results of the second race. In fourth place, Matthew Dyson with a time of 21.40. In third place, Dave Awadu in a time of 16.92. In second place, Kaspars Kazmaks with a time of 15.77. And in first place, Michael Lewis with a time of 15.60. Good morning everyone again. Just some results from our first 2 races of the day. Starting with the men's 110 metre hurdles. In fifth place was Clint Nichols with a time of 20.40. Fourth place, Ashley Pitchard with a time of 18.64. In third place, Bilin Ahmet with a time of 18.65. In second place, Israel Norun in a time of 16.43. And in the winning position, Stefan Wilkerson with a time of 14.13. Sorry, 16.13. Shortly we will be getting next event on the track will be the women's 1500 meters. As the women come to their marks. Packed field here, and the women are now underway. Wearing bib number 581 is Maxine Minchella for Northeast Masters AC. Wearing bib number 745 is Katrina Oddy of Halifax Harriers AC. Wearing bib number 801 is Karen Brooks of the Eastern Masters AC. Wearing bib number 836, we have Sarah Roberts with the Southern Counties Veterans AC. Wearing bib number 843, Anne Doherty for the Southern West Veterans AC. Wearing bib number 852, Iris Hornsey. It's your Eastern Masters AC. Wearing your bib number 828 is Nancy Hitchkin-Muth for the Midlands Masters AC. And then finally wearing bib number 795 is Mary Weston for Scottish Veteran AC. So a great start to this women's 1500 metres. They are getting underway. At the front of the pack, just starting to separate as they're going around in that first lap. Just some more results for you at the second race of the men's 110 hurdles. In fourth place was Matthew Dyson with a time of 21.40. In third place, Dave Adu with a time of 16.92. Second place, Casper Kazmax with a time of 15.77. And then in first place was Michael Louise with a time of 15.6. Back to this women's 1500 metres with the age group of women's 55 plus. Great start to the race here for Claire. Great strong run, taking the race right from the gun. Taking that second lap's in about 2.5 minutes. As the rest are slowly following behind. Good running from all the athletes here. Like I said, a mixture of age groups here, so we also have the V60, V55, V65, V70, V75 and V80 in this race. Just one of our first athletes beginning to be lapped now. And a strong, confident run by our leader. As she is coming down the home straight very confidently. Lots of support here in the stands. As she now approaches the bell with 3 minutes 51. So that's Claire Elms. with Karen Brooks just following behind, with approaching the bell with a time of 4:04. But closely behind her is Katrina Oddy, so it's going to be a nice battle for that second and third place. There's about 50 metres between first and second right now, but the competition seems to really be for that second and third place, which is Katrina Otti and Anne Doherty. As Anne Doherty is now just approaching the bell for her final lap. Claire just coming off the bend for her final 100 metres there, as she approaches the 5-minute mark. 50 metres to go now for Claire Elms. Huge appreciation from the crowd. She will take this win. But a nice race behind them. Karen Brooks and Katrina Oddy. Karen Brooks to come through to take second place, and Katrina Oddy to take third. Coming through in fourth, Mary Weston. Time coming up on the clock is 5 minutes 18. We'll wait for the official confirmation for that. So the athletes finishing their race. Very strong finish here from Anne. She's attempting to sprint finish. It's Anne Doherty as she approaches the line with 20 metres to go. As we approach our final two competitors now. As Iris Hornsey approaches the bell, she has one more lap to go. The Eastern Masters AC. Lots of support here in the stands today, but not only in the stands, further out around the field. As Iris Hornsey is applauded as she's taking her final lap. Like I said, lovely conditions out here today. Still waiting for confirmation, however, the time showing on the clock, that winning time was 5 minutes 18 and 67. There's 250 metres left to go for Iris. She's starting to actually pick up the pace a little bit. Takes the top bend. About 120 metres left to go. she now comes down the home straight. Iris Hornsey of the Eastern Masters AC as they applaud her coming down the final home stretch. All the athletes waiting at the finish line for her to applaud her over the line. Great camaraderie right there. She finishes that race just under 9.5 minutes. Congratulations to all those ladies in that race. Once again, once I get the official results, I will be sharing those with you. As we go back to the men's long jump as they are coming towards the final few rounds. That was Paul Ogan, who just took off there. Lovely, got the white flag. Of Croydon AC. 6 meters 67. Seems like he's quite happy with that, a smile on his face. On the runaway closest to us. Next to go will be Mark Lawrence. As he approaches the runway just behind the board, he'll get the white flag. $5.07 meters. So that was his final jump there, but his best performance of $5.20 meters, so just slightly down. Overall, a great set of jumps, consistently over 5 meters. Next on the far side, Jack Paxson, as he gets ready to take his next jump. As he approaches the board, great takeoff. He's jumped out the pit, he seems like he's happy with it. $5.91 meters. Next, back to the track action. We have the men's 100-meter hurdles. On the inside, we have Gary Smith, next to him Peter Davey, and then on the outside, Joe Apfia. So just a 3-man race, all Masters 50s athletes. Great start from Joe on the outside. This is going to be quite close as he starts to pull away now. Joe Affa on the outside, 13.77 showing up on the clock. As we just look back at the replay, Joe Appy just taking it away from the beginning, really attacking every hurdle, and he will come away with the win today. Hopefully I can bring you up some of those results of the women's 1500 metres. Great race by those men there today. The men's long jump coming to the final few rounds. Sun is finally coming out here in Derby. It's lovely, nice weather. It's still quite calm, not a lot of wind. Just a slight breeze for the jumpers in their faces, and well, for the sprinters as well, it'll be in their faces. After just finishing that men's hurdles, attempts to come down the runway, unfortunately, will be a no jump for Gary there. We're definitely in the final rounds of the long jump. On the run up, just jump was Michael Bates, gets the white flag. Something a long jumpers always love to see. meters 13 there for Michael Bates. Next on the far run up will be Matthew Smith. Great jump for Matthew there. Really attacked the board. Great to see the white flag. Walking away with a smile on his face, so he must be happy. 5 meters 25. Next event on the track will be now the men's 1500 meters with 11 competitors. So wearing bib number 342 in the men's 1500 metres will be Mark Curson, 377 Robert McCarge, 418 Philip York, 355 Phil Grabsky, 366 Dave Kingston, 323 Rob Andrew, 404 Jed Turner, 358 Paramit Hans, 322 Simon Anderson, 359 Nigel Heron, and 395 Andrew Ridley, as they are now underway for the 1500 metres. Quick start, as they have all run the first 100 metres very quickly. Very confident run by the athletes in the front. Great steady run there. For Mark Symes, who will take the lead at the first lap. Seems like the top 3 athletes there are just slowly pulling away from the pack. It's a great race between the 3 of them. But currently at the front is Mark Symes, who's just starting to slow down a little bit, to taking control of this race. Slow, steady race as their teammates are coaching them on and supporting them on the sidelines. Still Mark out in front as they are close to their second lap. So 2 laps to go. As he's now starting to pull away, so he's picked up the pace a little bit. They've not decided to go with him, but it's still a competitive race for 2nd and 3rd place. So as they now approach the bell, it's still Mark out in front. (3 minutes 11) comes up on the clock as he takes the bell. But a close race behind. As he starts to stretch away now from the rest of the field. It's a great race from behind, but Mark slowly stretching away is about 50 metres ahead of the rest. As he now comes into the home straight with a sprint finish. A great strong run, took it from the front from the beginning. Just checks behind to see if there's any competitors behind him. A great run there by Mark Symes. But a sprint finish just all going on behind him. With David Stewart with a sprint finish and Andy following behind, just as he overtook him there with 100 metres to go. Clock showing 4 minutes 17:77. So a great race for the athletes. As the final athletes coming towards the finishing line. Great sprint finish there. By Mark Weston. Just some results here for the women's 1500 metres. Finishing with a time of 9 minutes 42, we had Iris Hornsey. 6 minutes 46, Nancy Hitchmuth. 6 minutes 35 with Carolyn Lavis in 11th place. Anne Doherty with a time of 6 metres 34. In 10th place, we have Sharon Range with a time of 6 metres 16. 6 metres, sorry, 6 minutes. In 9th place, we have Marion Grace with a time of 6 minutes 13. In 8th place, Maxine Michinella with a time of 6 minutes 8. In 7th place, Jane Fabes with a time of 6 minutes 7. So that was very close behind in that race. In 6th place, Sarah Roberts with a time of 5 minutes 58. In 5th place, Anne Granger with a time of 5 minutes 56. In 4th place, Mary Weston with a time of 5 minutes 36. And then we have in 3rd place, Katrina Oddy with a time of 5 minutes 31. In 2nd place, Karen Brooks with a time of 5 minutes 30. And in the gold medal position, Claire Elms with a time of 5 minutes 18. So a great race for them all. We also have the results for the men's 100 metre hurdles. In 1st place was Joe Appiah with a time of 13 seconds 77. In 2nd place was Gary Smith with a time of 14:45. And then in 3rd place, Peter Davey with a time of 15:15. So congratulations to you all. As we now await the results for that men's 1500 metres. next race on the track, so we are back to the hurdles. It will be the men's Master 60s in the 110 hurdles. That will be our next track event. We are now going into the final rounds of the men's long jump. We still have the women's discus happening, the men's shot put and the men's javelin. And in the outside as well, we have the women's discus happening. As hopefully I can get some results and fill you guys in on what's happening there. If we take a look at these final jumps, unfortunate red flag there. Our first look at some javelin this evening. I should say morning. Feels like the evening, but no, this morning, as we are just reaching 11 o'clock here in Derby. Great throw in the javelin there. As we go over to the next race on the track will be the men's 100-meter hurdles in the age category M55.
I think they've just moved it slightly out of the way, so if you might need to go and reset it. All right.
In lane 1 we have Neil Peatley. In lane 2 Aidan Odongu. In lane 3 Ian Allen. In lane 4 Wilford Floyd Wilkes, and in lane 5 Paul Cunning. Peatley, Odongu, Allen, Floyd Wilkes, Cunning. So cleanly away as they attempt the first hurdle, but it's from the inside. That'll be Ian Allen taking it away at his stride, but approaching from behind, Floyd Canning. A sprint finish at the end, that will be very close at the end. Clock showing 17:66. A very close finish there between Ian and Paul Canning. Ian of the South West Veterans AC, Paul Canning of the Eastern Masters AC. Very competitive race there. Just Paul, as he was going into that race, just clattered a couple of hurdles. That's what can happen in the hurdles race. Very, very technical. But congratulations to all the men in that race. So we're going back and forth between these hurdle races and then the 1500s. As So we're coming to a conclusion of this men's long jump. He attacks the board. Great height, unfortunately the red flag there. Next on the run-up to take his final jump will be number 32, Israel Nagun, who's obviously taken the hurdles earlier. He's now come back over to the long jump. Great jump behind the board as he just decides to take and have a moment in the pit. Make sure he doesn't put the hands behind him. Gets the white flag. (5 meters 34). Next on the runway is John Bowden, one of the Midlands Masters athletes. Attacks the board, gets the white flag. Don't think he had very much room to spare at all on that jump. (5 meters 31). Huge smile on his face, so it must be an improvement. Best of the rounds. Next on the run-up will be Jack Paxton. Great series of jumps in the low 6 meters and high 5s. Be looking to push and go a bit further as he sprints down the runway. Unfortunate, another red flag for him. Next race on the track, just the one solo athlete.
On your mark.
From Charmwood AC, we have Emily Craven. She just takes this race on her own, attacking each hurdle as she goes along. Great support here today. Charmwood not too far from here. She takes each hurdle and a lovely sprint finish towards the end. Clock finishes in a time of 20.42. Must be hard to run on your own, so congratulations, Emily, on that race. Still in the final round of this men's long jump. Neil Barton just taking his jump there. (6 meters 21). As you can see on the far end of the run-up, we also have a couple of more athletes warming up to get ready for their long jump event. But we're focusing on the far side as we have the last few athletes to take their final jumps. Ready to take his final jump is Ashley Reed. He approaches the run-up. Great knee lift as he goes to take off. Lots of height in the air. Gets the white flag. (5 meters 16). William Eason on the runway next to go. As he approaches the runway, lots of speed, great jump, attacks the board, gets the white flag, big knee lift. (5 meters 66) with a huge celebration as he pumps his fist up into the air. So he's very, very happy with his performance today. Congratulations to you. William Eason there. (5 meters 66). Next race on the tracks, we are back over to the far side, which would be the men's 60 age category for the 1500. Wind just slowly starting to pick up a little bit. So as the athletes come down the home straight, it will be in their faces, but on the back straight they've got a nice push. But the sun is still shining. I also believe that the women's hammer throw is coming to a conclusion, so hopefully I'll be getting those results in for you shortly. And the next race on the track will be the men's 1500 meters. As we are underway in this men's 1500, wearing bib 342 is Mark Curson, 377 Robert McGarp, 418 Philip York, 355 Phil Gratsky, 366 Dave Knighton, 323 Rob Andrew, 404 Jed Turner, 358 Pratt Hands, Parameter Hands, 322 Simon Anderson, 359 Nigel Heron, and 395 Andrew Ridley. Who it is as well, Andrew Ridley has taken the first lap in 52 seconds. And Robert McArch following closely behind. But it will be Andrew Ridley who's taken the first 400 metres in a time of just around 1 minute 15 as he pushes away. Only two of them deciding to try and keep up with him and follow his lead. Andrew Ridley coming up to the 200 metre line with 3 laps to go. But still, it seems to be the theme here. One person takes it out the front and the two in second and third place battling it out. As he approaches with 2 laps to go, it's Andrew Ridley at the front. With Robert Hart following closely behind. And Pyramid following closely behind him. Nice, easy, steady race. Gap started to open up a little bit more now. About 50 metre gap from first place to second, and then another 30 metre gap from third to fourth. Good competition for fourth and fifth place though behind them. Nigel Heron now coming into the home straight for the penultimate time as he approaches the bell. Andrew Ridley as he approaches the bell for his final lap. Still a close competition for second and third as he takes the bell with 3 minutes 16. As he starts to pick up the pace a little bit more, they're stretching away from that second and third position. Andrew Ridley's head starting to tilt back, so you can see he's starting to tire, but still pushing forwards. As second and third place are starting to close that gap. It's gone from a 50 metre lead to about a 40 metre lead as they pick up the pace behind them. Andrew now coming into that home straight, but he's starting to tire and slow down. With that second and third slowly closing that gap on him. As they now begin to strike, can they close the gap on him? They've got 20 metres. Andrew will take the win with a time of 4 minutes 32, with a close finish behind them. Robert McGar in second place. And Nigel Heron taking the third position. Sprint finishes all around at the end though. As a dip at the line for those final penultimate positions. Well done to all those competitors today. see if I can get any more results up for you. And if you're just joining us here on the live stream, welcome to the British Masters Athletics Track and Field Championship here in Derby, Moorways. Got beautiful weather out here today. Sun is shining, a slight headwind down the home straight, but nothing too drastic. As we take a look here at the men's shot put. First look at the men's shot put here today. That was Robert Grew, who just threw the shot put there. Looking in and around the 10-meter mark. Next up to throw. Will be Ian Allen. The great shot put, throws up to the sky. Just slightly to one direction, outwards towards the end, but it stays in bounds, so it will be measured. A huge roar from our next competitor, Damien Crawford. As the shot putters are also coming to their final throws. Our second look at another para-athlete this weekend, which would be John Hedden. As we head back over to the track, as we have another hurdles race. Just unsure. As they pull away, great start on the inside. Very consistent between the hurdles. As it now stretches for the line. Great time of 15:39, just clattering that hurdle at the end. Great race for the two men.
you doing? Okay?
Yes.
Got everything you need? Got all the information
If I
that
could
you...
have some results from the field event, because I can't get any of the results.
Right, okay. And are you picking up the start list?
Yes, but they're not as up to date.
Right. They should be getting better by now.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is really still coming through to those final throws of the men's shot put. We can bring you some more results. We're still concluding with this men's shot put. So I can bring you some results from this morning's shot put. The men's 75 plus age category. The winner being Geoffrey Taylor with a put of 10 metres 84. In second place was Barry Hawkinsworth with a put of 9 metres 49. And in third place was Ian Bowes with a put of 8 metres 24. So congratulations to those. Also in the women's hammer this morning, we had the, sorry, apologies, not the women's hammer, the men's hammer. We had the men's 70 age category. In first place was John Wild with a throw of 36 metres and 1 centimetre. In second place was Mark Waderham Jones with a throw of 35 metres and 92. And then in third place was Timothy Saunders Mullins with a throw of 33 metres 29. In the hammer for the men's 75 plus category, the winner was Barry Hawkinsworth with a throw of 38 metres 6. In second place, Geoffrey Taylor with a throw of 30 metres 74. And in third place was David Custer with a throw of 30 metres 36. I will try and keep you up to date with the field events as much as possible. we have the next track event on, which will be another hurdles. So they're just practicing their warm-up. Just 3 athletes in this race. In lane 1, we will have as they get ready to run. Cleanly away in this race. Very even at the first hurdle. There's now the athlete on the inside that's starting to pull away. Taking each hurdle as it comes. Finishing that race at the time of 16:63. That was the athlete Tennyson James. So congratulations to that athlete. As we now move on to the women's hurdles. So a slightly shorter distance. Apologies, it will be after this men's 1500, I believe. So just to clarify, apologies for the delay, but that last race in the men's 100-meter hurdles was Tennyson James, John Meyer, and Brian Slaughter. So winning that race was Tennyson James, closely followed behind John Major and then Brian Slaughter to come to the race at the end, taking 1, 2, and 3 in their respective category. We just wait for the official results. So we have 2 1500-meter races up to come next, and then following those we will have the women's hurdles. So in this race, we're in bib number 464 will be Peter Mountain, 469 Colin Oxlade, 458 Norman Mahathini, 480 Peter Thompson, 478 Stephen Taylor, 451 Mike Jackson, and 482 Dave Watson as they're now underway. This is the age category of the 65 age category. As they approach the first 100 metres in about 30 seconds, so a little bit slower than the other races we've seen today. A smaller pack that's just starting to form at the front of 6 athletes. That's Stephen Taylor taking the first lap and around, well, the first 300 metres in around a minute. But not deciding to pull away just yet as they all slowly gathering together as they complete their first lap. Just losing an athlete off the back of that, so we've got 5 athletes in contention after the first lap. Norman Mahoney in second place. Lots of other action as well happening around the stadium. We have a men's long jump, women's javelin and women's hammer throw currently happening. If I can get those results, I'll keep you updated. Back to the men's 1500 metres. As they are now approaching their second lap. Still steady at the front, no major moves being made as the pack is still staying intact. They have lost an athlete. Stephen Taylor still at the front, with Dave Watson now up into second place. No major movements still to go. Still no major changes in this men's 1500 metres as they take the bend on the far side. Still in the same order. Peter at the front with Dave Watson following closely behind. As they now come down the home straight for the penultimate time as they approach the bell. No change in speed at the moment. As the athlete just tries to find some space on the inside. That's Norman Halfie trying to find some space in the inside, but unfortunately blocked off by Dave Watson. So it's still Peter, Dave, then Norman. As they do start to pick up the pace slightly as an athlete is dropping off at the back. Still Peter holding in that front line. With Stephen Taylor making a move on the outside now with 200 meters to go. And now this is where the pace starts to pick up. Peter start trying to pull away from the pack, but from the outside, 100 meters to go. That's Norman Winley as he pulls away from the rest of the pack. Stephen Taylor tried to stay with him. And then up in third place is Mike Jackson, who will take third. So congratulations there to Norman as he just took that race on the last 100 meters. Clock showing 5 minutes 21:34. As we await official confirmation. But a great finish there for him. Timed it perfectly, just waited for about 200 meters to go and then worked his way around the outside. As we bring in our final athletes of the race. Just some official results of that last men's 100-meter race. Tennyson, James with a time of 16:64. John Mayer coming in second place with a time of 19:31, and then Brian Slaughter coming through in third place with a time of 22:33. As we take a look at the men's long jump as they're starting to begin their competition. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Coming towards the final stages of the competition. we take a look here at the men's shot put. Just on some practicing throws. So their competition will be shortly underway. Next event on the track should be the 1500 meters. Next up, it will be the women's 18-meter hurdles. Just the three athletes. So we strap Sarah Johnson and Jodie Albrown. Cleanly away. Really competitive race there. Jodie Albrown taking it at the beginning. Unfortunately, the clock did not work that time. Want to get results, hopefully I can share those with you guys. Great run there from Jodie Albrown, who is running for the Southern Counties Veterans AC.
Sorry, we've got this cable here, so that will just be to plug into the monitor.
Yeah.
I just need to find the mains power cable for it, and then we'll find a way of getting it plugged into the mains.
Yeah.
It's just be I'll get a standard for it. I think it works actually.
Next event on the track will be the women's
because I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Walk past.
Maybe he's going to do.
So we're just seeing there, that'll be Ellie Stevens of Birchfield Harriers approaching the bell there. This women's 1500 metres. Really attacking this last lap. And she begins to stretch away even further on this back straight. Starts to lap a few athletes on her way around. She now approaches the home straight, arms pumping really hard. And she picks up the speed and the tempo. It's Ellie Stevens of Birchwood Harriers and Midlands Masters AC as she approaches the finish line. And the clock stops at 4 minutes 31:60. In second place is Sarah Whitstone, and coming through in third place was Rebecca Quinlan. This is also a mixed age category of women in the 40 age category and 35 age category. As we bring our final few athletes to the end. Coming to the finish line with a lovely sprint finish is Claire Cooney, closely followed behind with a lovely sprint finish. And my final athlete, this is Kyra Bonner. We'll bring her to the end. Apologies, not our final athlete, as there one left. And she works her way around the bend. Huge congratulations to Ellie Stevens taking that race with a time of 4 minutes 31. We now bring home our final athlete. Mandy Curtis. And she completes that women's 1500 metre race. Apologies to those that have tuned in and are listening. The schedule has changed slightly. So the men's 1500 should have been before this race. So we're now going back to the men's 1500 metre race. There's been a slight change to the timetable that I have not been made aware of, so apologies from my end. But this next race should be the men's 70 age Masters 70s plus. Wearing bib 479 should be Peter Kennedy, 525 David Cundy, 529 John Exley, 489 David Badwell, 504 Michael Quinn, 552 Phil Brennan, 519 Graham Webster, and 491 Bob Bradbury. Again, apologies for the mix-up. There has been a change to the timetable. We'll try and get back on track. This is our men's 1500 metres in the Masters 70s category, 70s plus. We're now underway for this men's 70 plus age category for the 1500 metres. 8 competitors that I have down on my start list. As they approaching the finish line, just under a minute. Sorry, just over a minute. With that's Bob Brandy at the front of the pack, with Phil just following closely behind. So we've got the two pulling away from the rest of the field. Just for those tuning in, we are very behind on the schedule, so apologies for that. And there has also been a change to the timetable, so if you have logged into Open Track and you're trying to follow the results, we are slightly behind as well. I'll try and keep you updated as much as possible. Currently watching the men's 1500 metres in the 70 plus age category. Two of them pushing away from the rest of the field. Just as they're coming down to the home straight, they're starting to pick up the pace a little bit. Bob Branbury at the front, with David Badwell following closely behind. And then we have John Exley in the third position at the moment. But it's still the two at the front. Bob Branbury and David Bedwell have taken this race on. Few cheers, aren't there, for Phil Bredman, the oldest competitor in this race. Have they gone off schedule? Yeah, okay, yeah. I thought so, because I was a bit confused. So I tried to keep on track. Yeah. All right. So the two athletes, as they are now approach the bell, about a 15-metre gap between themselves and third place. Bob Branbury just starting to pick up the pace slightly, but David Bramwell staying alongside him. David just pulling up onto the shoulder of Bob as they now approach 300 metres to go.
Yes, 2 weeks.
200 metres left to go with the two athletes, so they're still starting to pick up the pace a bit more as their strides are starting to lengthen. Bob decided that he's now had enough and he's now decided to start his kick earlier. Unfortunately, David unable to hang on to him. So we've got Bob Brandy coming down to the home straight to take the win. David Bredwell There's about a 20-metre gap forming between the two of them. As Bob Bramby goes for the finish line, the clock finish stops at 5 minutes 15. Congratulations to these athletes. And then there's a sprint finish that Peter Kenny overtakes Phil on the final 100 metres. So Peter Kenny will take the 3rd position. Phil Brennan just taking the bell there for his final lap. Michael Quinn just finding a last couple of extra bursts in his legs to overtake an athlete as he comes towards the finish line. We're just coming towards the end of the competition. Final few competitors in this men's 1500 metres in the 70 plus age category. The penultimate athlete is coming towards the home straight. Stratford upon Avon athlete with lots of support as he comes down the home straight. Phil Brennan as he approaches his last 50 metres. Lots of cheer and support for Phil here. He is one of the oldest competitors of the competition. As he finishes his race with one more competitor left to go. I think the crowd lifting him up there as he managed to find an extra gear towards the end of that race. As we bring home our final athlete of this men's 1500 metres in the 70 plus age category. This is Barry Roberts as he finishes his campaign in the men's 1500 70 plus age category. The next track event will be the women's 80-metre hurdles. Again, there's been a few changes to the start list that I'm not able to see, unfortunately, so I'll give you the best results I can.
Thank you very much, mate. It's really appreciate it, all our family and friends able to watch it. You know, it's a lot of work, so thank you. Me too.
So unfortunately for this next race on the track, the women's 80-metre hurdles, I only have 3 names down. We're in bib number 720, Nina Ridge, and 740, Louise Kirby, and finally 729, Paula Williams. But there are other women in this race. I believe they've also mixed this race with 2 different age categories. They settle in the blocks. Paula Williams taking this one very confidently from the beginning, but she has a lot of competition on her outside. Going stride for stride in this hurdles. Will be a sprint finish towards the end. Lovely photo finish. We're excited to see what those final results will be. Great sprint finish for our final athletes as well towards the end. A very, very competitive race there. Clock is finishing and stopping at 13:43, 13 seconds 43. Just an update that the track may be running even longer behind schedule now, and they have moved some things around on the timetable, so I'll try my best to keep you all updated as to what's going on. Not too bad, thanks, you.
Huh?
Hooligan.
Next race on the track is the men's 80-meter hurdles. Just only 2 competitors in this race. Charlie and Andrew. And they're taking each hurdle just as Andy clips that final hurdle, but he's able to recover. Clock stopping at 16.78. That was the men's 80-meter hurdles in the 70 plus age category. We had Andrew Webb and Tony Wells. So I mentioned before, the clock stopping at 16.78. Just starting to cool down a little bit now on this evening. I keep saying evening, this afternoon. Wind is slowly starting to pick up a little bit, switching directions. If you are just joining us, welcome to the live broadcast for the British Masters Athletics Championships 2024. We're here in Derby at the Moorways Stadium. Great turnout today. With over 800 competitors that have entered this competition today. Stands are slowly starting to fill up, so creating a great atmosphere for these athletes, lots of support. I believe we have another women's 1500 up next on the track.
Try swapping around the cable.
Next race on the track will be the women's 1500 meters age category 45 to 50. Wearing bib number 691 will be Sarah Benton, 705 Tracy Hinksman, 696 Rachel Coop, 677 Catherine Malone Brumfit, 697 Sarah Davies, 702 Susan Francis, 662 Catherine Charlton and 661 Lynn Callaghan. As we are now underway on this next race, the women's 1500 meters 40 to 45 age category, 45 to 50. So Sarah Davies taking this race out from the front with Catherine Malone. As they approach this first lap in around 1 minute 25. They're starting to pick up the pace slowly. as they run down the back straight. So the leading pack of the first three women.
Can you just swap those blocks around? Oh yeah, the lights come on now, so that's something. Oh yeah, so if I press a few buttons up there, it's a bit jumpy, but that's just that there's some problem.
Thank you. So back to this women's 1500 metres in the age category, 45-50. It's still the leading pack at the front, but they are starting to stretch out. As they reach the top bend, it's still the top three in the same positions, just maybe 2 metres or so between first and second, and then second and third. So they're starting to stretch out, pick up the pace.
There must be something from there to there, or something.
Same three athletes. Sarah Davies with Catherine Malone Brumfitt following closely behind, and Susan Francis. No, I was right, Tracy Hinksman. As they all reach the bow, Sarah Davies picks up the pace again, stretching her lead from about 2 metres to now 10. Catherine trying to stay with the pace. She checks behind her to make sure she's enough ahead of Tracy. "150 metres to go. Davies picks up the pace again, but Catherine Malone Brumfitt trying to respond as she tries to close that gap. Davies with a 20-metre lead. Malone Brumfitt trying to close that gap, but it's a fight behind for Tracy Hinksman, as Catherine Charlton just tried to close down on that last 10 metres, but wasn't unfortunate able to reach her. Just for those that are joining us, we are running a little bit behind schedule. If you are tapped into Open Track to see the live results, we've also changed around some of the order of the timetable, and some races have now been combined, so we're trying to keep on top of what's happening. And our final competitor comes towards, she's 50 metres to go. Sarah Benton, applauded by the rest of her competitors as she finishes the line. A great win for Sarah Davies there. Clock stopping at 5:05. Let's have a look at the long jump that is currently happening. the women are starting to warm up, but we start off our men's competition on the far side. That was Ian Scholes. Gets the white flag. Next on the runway, Andy McCrum. Two long jump hits in use in one go, so I'll try and keep you updated. The one on the left hand side will be used by the women and the one on the right by the men. The women are just still warming up, but the men's competition has started. Next on the runway on the men's side is Robert Stevenson with the men's 70 category. Great jump there. Gets the white flag. Next race on the track will be the 80-meter hurdles. Cleanly away. We've had some great competitions this morning already. Don't have the commentator's curse, but no false start. Very even race though to begin with. Very tight race towards the end. Clock stopping at 17:54. So on the inside, that was Sally Hine, then Jenna Astor, Caroline Marlin, and then Nikki Bookwell. Great race by the ladies. This was a women's 70 mixed with also the women's 65 category.
Yeah, she's doing a lot of gym work. She's still doing it, so I was like, yeah, I was like, next year's going to be brilliant, but it's just not.
Back over to the far side where we will have another 1500 race. We'll just try and find out what age category this is. Because like I said, apologies again that the timetable has changed. Some races have been mixed with age categories. We're just trying to stay on top of it all. Just an update, we are now an hour behind schedule as well, so if you have tapped into Open Track, where you can see the results, just an update that we have changed the timetable, but also we are an hour behind, so we'll try and keep you up to date as much as possible. But the next race on the track will be the men's 1500 meters. While we wait for the 1500 to start, let's have a look back at this long jump competition. Next. Next on the runway, that was Mario Lapkin. We hear the whistle to indicate that the 1500 is about to start, so we'll take a look at this. As this men's 1500 metres is now underway, very, very quick start. As you can see, the pack already starting to form at the front. We're taking on the pace, so it's chopping and changing as he cuts across the front. And then the pace starts to settle as they come around this top, as the first bend. Taking on the pace at the front. So that would be Matthew Riviere. So this is as we approach the first lap in just around a minute. He's taking this one very quickly. So again, I believe this is a mixed category, but taking on at the front. Is Matthew Rea with Ben Robertson following closely behind. They are Masters 35 athletes. So this is the men's 35 and also men's 40 1500 metre race. So they've put two races together, so I'll try and keep you up to date with what is happening. In the men's 40 category, we're in bib number 06 is Daniel Wheat, 07 Ian Wood, 102 Tom Stevenson, 59 Brian Brett, 81 Keith Hutchinson, 61 Stephen Brown, and 106 Keith Saunderson. As we now see a group of three forming at the front. Ben Robertson has decided to take on this pace now, but Matthew Veer decided to stay with him as they approach the bell, just under 3 minutes. As the first move has been made with 300 metres to go. But they all decide to follow the pace. Ben Robertson picking up the pace once more as he goes around the outside. Matthew Revere trying to stay with him. As Matthew Revere comes around the bend for the last time as he comes through the 200 metres. As he finds another gear, stretches open the gap for the 20 metres. Gregory Joshua in third place. Clock stopping just under 4 minutes, so it's 3:59:50. Again, this was the men's 1500 metres mixed age group of masters 35 and 40. A last minute change to mix these age groups up, so apologies again. Now let's start this, have not updated. As we take a look now at some long jump on the women's runway. Taking that jump there. Sarah Restra. As we go back over to the far side again for another 1500 metres. As we just wait to see what age category this is. The wind has started to pick up a bit and it's starting to get a little bit chilly. A huge tailwind that will be pushing them down the back, but they will have it in their face as they come down the home straight. Men's 1500 metres. Not as quick as the last race, but I think they were jostling and tussling to try and get into that first position. These guys have taken a little bit slower. So we're in bib number 179. We have Gary Warroll, 178 Stuart Waterman, 110 Edmund Adigri, 151 Stephen Long, 116 Mark Bailey, 143 David Houseop, 131 Raymond Clayton, 170 Gumrit Singh, 134 Gary Crush, 141 Phil Gould, 127 Mike Burnett, and 126 John Burnett. I wonder if they're related. Anyway, this men's 45 age category in the 1500 metres as they go through the first lap in just over 1 minute 15.
My lunch in my hand. Okay, I hope they can hear you. It's an announcement for M60 discus. It is at 2:30, not 4:30. Go to the call room at 2:15. So I'll write it just in English on the back. Would that help? No, I don't mean English like that. Sorry. I mean I'll write it out if you want it.
So it was the men.
That's what I mean. I was going to write it down. M60. M60 discus. It's 2:30. Outside cage. Call room 2:15.
It's supposed to be 3:30.
Oh no. Oh, it's a turret.
Just just an announcement for the M60 discus at 2:30 will be the outside cage. Can you go to call room at 2:15? So that's the M60 discus, 2:30 outside in the call room at 2:15, please.
No, it's fine, the officials to
Yes,
operate
I'll-
it, but you've done that bit, thank you.
Hopefully it went well.
Yeah. We can't see we didn't tell them, I've never heard us hard lines.
So as these athletes approach the bell, that's Gary Crush that takes it at the bell. Just pick up the pace slightly. Keeps checking over his shoulder to make sure of what's aware around him. As 4 athletes start to pull away from the rest of the field. Gary Crush pulling away from the rest of the field now, starting to build a gap. And as you can see, the head rocking and rolling of the Thames Valley Harrier. Edmund Agui tries to find another gear as he runs on the outside in lane 2. As he takes the win, Edmund Adgiwe finds another gear towards the end and takes the win at clock stopping and 4 minutes 21. A late charge right at the end as he went at 200 meters to go and took it on. And our final racer of this 1500, Raymond Clayton, as he brings that competition towards the end. So that was the men's 1500 meters in the Masters 45 category, clock stopping at 4 minutes 21. The winner was Edmund Adigwe. As his head just rocking and rolling, but he managed to find another gear as he takes on, winning by around 10 meters. He decided at 200 meters to go that he'd had enough and he would take it from the outside in lane 2, so having to run quite wide. We'll take a look at our next 1500 meter race. The wind starting to pick up again. So this is the men's 1500 M50 category. We're in bib number 229, Anthony O'Brien. 199, Robert Datnan. 209, James Hodge. 192, Tom Cooney. 197, Paul Courtney. 198, Andrew Dalcap. 185, Brent Brody. And 248, Mark Warner. As they come down the home straight for the first time. It'll be Anthony O'Brien who takes it on at the beginning for the first 300 metres, confidently, but followed by Mark Waller, who's just hot on his shoulders as they begin to pull themselves away from the rest of the field. One minute 10 for the first lap. So they've gone on quite quickly. That's Mark Warner just sitting on the shoulder of Anthony O'Brien. Just sticking to a steady pace with 3 laps to go. Close competition will be for the 3rd place position, as well as 2 athletes have created their own separate pack, around about 30 metres behind them. Anthony O'Brien still at the lead, 2 laps to go as they reach this finish line. Men's 1500 metres, M50 category. Anthony O'Brien out in front with Mark Waller closely behind. As they come round the bend for the penultimate run, as they come down the home straight, Mark Warner just checking behind him as they start to pick up the pace a little bit more. Anthony O'Brien is feeling the pressure by Waller as they approach the bell. 3:09 as they take the bell. Brent Brody currently sits in the 3rd medal position, trying to close that gap, but it's starting to get a bit bigger. O'Brien then on the back straight, picking up the pace, starting to lengthen those strides. Waller unfortunately not able to go with him at this time. Hopefully he'll find another gear. O'Brien as he takes the bend for the final time. Waller starting to close that gap. Can O'Brien find another gear? Just checks behind him to see how far he's got. With that long stride, starting just to lean forward as he stretches for the line. A grimacing face on Waller. Clock stops at 4:18. Brent Brody coming through to take 3rd place. Andre just finding another gear as he comes down that home straight. And we'll just race just under 5 minutes. So the top 5 men all under 5 minutes. Correction, top 6 all under 5 minutes. So a great run from them all. Paul Courtney now coming down the home straight. 50 metres to go. Just keeps his arms pumping. A bit of a smile on his face. I'm really happy to be here. Just under 5:30. And Tom Cooney just to bring this men's 1500 metre 50 category to an end. Congratulations to all the competitors. Sun's come back out again, but the wind has not calmed down at all. A really strong headwind now for these long jumpers. Next race on the track will be a 100 metre race. Obviously. Here we go. as we start off with the men's 75 plus 100 metres. Now this is actually split into 2 heats. 5 athletes in the first race, 6 in the second. In lane 1 we have David Shelton, 2 Jimmy Harris, 3 David Crouch, 4 Victor Noel and 5 Laurie Dunn. This is the first heat of the men's 75 metre, men's 75 plus age category in the 100 metres. So it will be the first 3, and then 2 fastest losers will make it into the next round. Shelton, Harris, Crouch, Novell and Dunn. Just a slight delay to this start. I think we're waiting for the timekeepers. Just a reminder, this is the men's 75 plus 100 metre race. David Shelton, Jim Harris, David Crouch, Victor Noel and Laurie Dunn. Cleanly away. Very, very strong race, but it's on the inside. David Crouch is pulling away from the rest of the field, but on his inside. Victor Noel had a very good run on the inside as well. Time stopping in 14:97. We have a look back at the replay. Great start there by David Crouch on the inside, pulling away from the rest of the field. It was really starting to pick up in about 20 metres to go. As we now go on to heat 2 of this men's 100 metres 75 plus age group. Containing 6 athletes. Unfortunate no throw there. As we take a look at the next hammer thrower. Great throw there, unfortunately just hitting the cage on its way out. Will be a no throw. That was Nick Barton, as he just steps out the front of the cage. Next to enter the circle, we have Ray Bacon. As we get ready for this men's 100 metre race, that's coming up next, the heat 2. of the 100 metres Masters 75 plus age category. In lane 1, Tony Bauman. In lane 2, Roger Brook. Lane 3, Alan Long. Lane 4, Barry Hughes. Lane 5, Mel James. And lane 6, Mike Herring. Bauman, Brook, Long, Hughes, James, Herring. Cleanly away again, but it's right in the middle of the field. Alan Long taking it right from the beginning, really pumping those arms, stopping the clock at 15:65 with a great competition behind him. And our final competitor just comes over the finish line now, Mark Herring. Great competition there for Alan Long. Really pumping those arms, pulling away from the field. I mean, he must have had a 20 metre lead on the rest. This shows this is not his first rodeo. That race was a mixture of M85 and M80 athletes. That was the second heat of the men's 100 metres. As we look back now at the discus, in the cage is Mike Bale. Keeney away, gets the white flag in around the 30 metre mark, so a great throw by him. Also happening at the same time, we do have the women's javelin. If I can get any updates, I will. Clean throw there, gets the white flag. Great throw there. Amongst about 15 metres there. Just looks happy, gets the white flag. get ready for the next race on the track. Ian Scholes again, just taking another jump. 4 meters 84. And we get ready for the next track action. Anthony Collins, David Walker, Steve Peters, Graham White. Unfortunately, my start list has not updated. The V70 100 meter race. Lovely clean Ulia away. It's always the racer in the middle. Stephen Peters, as he pulls away from the rest of the field, pumping hard, blowing of the cheeks. As he crosses the line in 13:17. Very quick time. As we look back at the replay, really pushed out those blocks, driving the arms hard, really high knee lift. As he pulls away from the field with about a 30-meter lead on the rest. And then stopping the clock at 13:17. Winner of that race, Stephen Peters, the Northern Masters Athletics Club. He's actually ranked 3rd all time on the British ranking list for that event. A jam-packed field there of the Northern Athletics. And we take a look now at the long jump. Next on the runway on the women's side will be Emily Craven of Charnwood, who we saw earlier on in the hurdles, who ran the race all by herself, but still have the support of others in the stadium. Shows great showmanship as she attempts her first attempt. Gets the white flag. So this is the round 3 of the women's long jump, 3 meters 34. Next will be Laura Bradley, yes, to conclude the 3rd round of the women's long jump. Both people getting the white flag there. We've had a lot of synchronized long jumping this weekend. I think maybe it might have to start becoming a thing. 3 meters 67 there. As we have a look at the men's long jump competition, Mario Lapka is next to run on the men's side, which will be your right-hand side. As Mario Lapka gets ready to take his run, rakes throughout the pit. Great jump there by Mario. We'll get the white flag. Still has room on the board. Meters 32 there for Mario. On the women's side, next is Jodie Albro. As she starts off round 4 of the women's long jump in the women's 40 category. So it's a bit of like a rock star slide as she lands in the pit, gets the green flag. Green flag would be a green light or a white flag. $4.52 for Jodie. On the men's side will be Jim Harris of the Master 75 category. Sorry, correction, it will be Graham Henderson on the right-hand side. As he approaches the run-up now. Unfortunate red flag for him, just half of his foot over the board. I mean, he just finished racing in the 100 metres and then to run straight over to the long jump. Props to him. Women's long jump now. Ruth Kirk just taking her 4th round jump. $3.99, just shy of that 4 metre mark. As we now take a look over at the hammer throw again. Ray Beacon. An improvement from last time as he hit the cage, as he watches it as he lets go. Walks out the back of the cage so he'll get the white flag. Looking around that 35 to 40 metre mark. Next, the throw will be Mike Bale. On the Master 65 age group, as he prepares himself. Really cool sunglasses. I mean, the sun is shining out there today. It'll be right in his face as he winds up. Great throw, in amongst around the 30 metre mark. So this is a mixed age group, so there'll be men and women throwing at the same time. Next to enter the cage. Just to throw there was Susan Ball. It's a round of applause on the far side. Bit of appreciation as we head over to our next track event. We now move on to our 100 metres for the men's 60 metre, men's 100 metre 60 Masters age group. Apologies. A slight change to the start list again. Cleanly away again. Great competition this morning. Really competitive though, on the outside and the inside. As Phil pulls away from the rest of the field. Great finish. 13.64. apologies, that was Andy McCrum winning that race. And great fight right to the end. So just in that race we had Jim Lawrence, Clem Leon, Phil Clayton, Brian Slater, Ian Scholes, Andy McCrum, Adrian Day and Henry Hopkins. Andy McCrum taking that win. That was the men's 100 metres in the 65 age group. As we take a look back at the long jump, Alexandra, that takes the women's long jump, and she's in the women's 35 age group category. (3.56 meters). We go back over to the 100 meters. This is the first heat. The men's 65 age group, 100 meters. Our first false start of the day. I wasn't aware of who took that one. Never a nice feeling to be in. Hopefully no disqualifications. Let's have a look back at the replay. Just a slight twitch in the blocks. Hopefully get that all cleared up. Yellow card given, so just a warning. Lane 6. Just been told to keep still in the blocks. Just giving a warning, just for not settling into the blocks and staying still. They go again. This time cleanly away. A very even start. As he's starting to pull away the athlete from Ireland, Shane Sheridan. Our first look at an Irish athlete this weekend, but to come away with a win, can't be mad at that. Clock stopped at 13:05. we take a look back again at the discus. In the cage, Camilla Truss. Fortunately, hit the cage on its way back. Red flag. Next to enter the cage, Irie Hill. Cleanly throws the hammer away, steps out the back of the cage, gets the white flag. Looking around the 25-meter mark. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of changes to the start list and timetable, so they may not be up to date with what is happening. Might be a reason why they're not putting the start list on the screen before, but we'll try see if we can fix that issue. Just that the races are changing so much. So we get ready for the next race.
Yes, so round the back. So there's a door in downstairs at the bottom.
Cleanly away this time. On the outside, representing Charmwood, but they'll come through on the inside. Very quick race, stopping the clock in 12:81. Dalton just stopping and not completing the race, hoping he's okay as he jogs over the finish line, so hopefully no issues at all. If we look back at the replay. So clock stopping at 12:81. Just waiting for confirmation. Winner of that race, Neil Body. Neil Body of Isle of Man Veterans AC. As we get ready for the next men's, oh, nope, still on the throws, apologies. This is John Morland in the cage. A huge roar as he lets go of that pot around the 45-meter mark. As we get ready now for the heat 2 of the men's 100 meters and the 60 age group category. In the outside, Steve Beek, Ronald Hunter, Andy Hunter, Mark Line, and then Mark McClenaghan. So we've got Beek, Hunter, Line, McAllen. McLean. Cleanly aware as they're all very evenly coming into the first 30 metres of the race. Very, very competitive. Mark Line just starting to pull away from the rest of the fight, but Steve on the inside. Steve Beek on the Southern Counties Veterans AC. Looked like he had it on the inside. Clock stops at 13:12. Have a look back at the replay. Very, very close race, but I believe it may have been Steve Beak on the inside. Another look at the hammer throw. Ray Bacon. Huge improvement on his last throw, soaring towards the 50-meter line. Lee would be very happy with that. Next race on the track will be the men's 100 metres in the 60 age group category, Heat 1. Barry Marsden, John Stanton, Neil Voddy. Apologies. Ignore the graphics on the screen. Just an upset there with the block, so we're going to reset. Green card showed. Let's take a quick look at the discus throw. I believe they're coming towards the final ends of the competition. Unfortunately, hitting the cage. This time cleanly away is the athlete on the outside. Two very, very close athletes, Vincent Ellie, but just overtaken quickly on the outside. That was some of our Masters Sixers athlete, I believe mixed with 60 and 65. Replay of that last race. Let's have a look at this women's hammer throw competition. That was Sharon Stoll of the women's 50 age group category. Around that 25-meter mark. As we're now taking a look at the long jump on the women's side. Great jump there. Emily Craven. (3.67 meters). As we hop back to the hammer throw. And that was Sharon Hutchins. Now back to the 100 meters. Starters not ready for them. Just a few athletes missing from this first heat. I believe that's why they've delayed the race. As we just wait for a few more to get ready. I believe we are ready now. We'll only have 5 athletes in this race, so some missing. But we're ready to go. So a green flag is shown for the 100 meters. Conrad Salthouse, Michael Bertram, Russell Whitting, Wolford Floyd Wilkes, Giuseppe Minetti, and Wal Adelaide. Cleanly away, but unfortunately one athlete's already pulled up on the outside, so it's just between the 2 athletes on the inside. Oh, and another's pulled up. That's Giuseppe Minetti, who will win that race. Clock stopped at 12:15. 2 athletes unfortunately pulling up there with an injury. Still walking around though, so it shows hopefully it's not too bad. And seek some medical help. Let's have a look back at that replay. It was going so well on the inside, but unfortunately something had happened. But Giuseppe didn't phase him, and he managed to run through that line and continue the race. Stopping that clock at 12:15. That was the first heat of the men's 100 meters in the category of M55. to the long jump as we are coming towards the final rounds of the women's long jump. But on the far side, we've got the men's long jump as well. As we get ready for the next 100-meter race. So this is heat 2 of the men's 100 meters M55. Darren Scott, Darren O'Lowry, Anthony Briston, Joseph Horner, Mark Lodge, Paul Canning. Unfortunately, the graphics there weren't correct, so we can ignore those ones. Scoot, O'Lowry, Briston, Horner, Lodge, Canning. Cleanly away, but it's on the outside. That's the two outside lane seems to be in charge, but it's Darren Scoot from lane 2 who will take the win in a time of 11:95, the fastest 100 meters we've seen so far for today. Great race by Darren. But it was also on the inside lane, so from lane 2, Darren Scott, who took the win, and in second place, Paul Canning, who we also saw in the long jump earlier on today. Great race for both of the men. That was the second heat of the men's 100 meters category M55. Our first look at the men's long jump. Our first look at Rashfal Singh on the men's side, which would be your right hand side. The M70 category. Rashpal Singh, get ready to take his attempt. Unfortunately, just ran through the pit, but was quite far behind the board, but it will still get measured as it wasn't a no jump. In that women's side, Dawn Williams there. (4.40 meters). Next race on the track will be the first heat of the men's M50 100 meters. Joshua Wood, James Morgan, Richard Brooks, Mark McAllister, and Trevor Hodgkinson. Wood, Morgan, Brooks, McAllister, Hodgson. M50 100 meters, heat 1. Very even race to begin with, but on the inside, it's neck and neck. The inside lane, outside lane, but it's Trevor Hodgson will just take it on the line in front of Joshua Wood, stopping the clock in 11:62. Here's a look back at the replay. So the first it's 30 metres. It was Joshua Wood's race, but then on the outside it was Trevor Hodgson that came through to take the win, stopping the clock in 11:62. That was the first heat of the men's 100 metres M50 race. John Twiddle there in the cage. We had our first look at him. We were just in the warm-ups for the hammer throw. That was Janelle Quinn that just took her long jump on the left-hand side. $4.65 for her. On the men's side, unfortunate run through, no jump, sorry. Some winners of previous event earlier on today. Not too keen on holding that medal around her neck much longer. Probably has a lot of events to go to. There's a lot of athletes this weekend that are competing in multiple events. You might see or hear their names creep up a few times. Lost them in preparation for Gothenburg later on this year, the World Championships. The women's competition has come to an end, but we are in the final few jumps of the men's long jump. Next to jump will be Clem Leon. We go over to this men's 100 metre race. We've got Joe Affian, Gary Smith, Paul Fisher, Mike Coogan, Richard Henry and Craig Beecham. Appia, Smith, Fisher, Coogan, Henry, Beecham. Very deep drive there on the inside, but as he starts to pull away, it's on the inside. Mike Coogan, who will take the win, a couple of meters ahead of Joe Appia, who also won the hurdles earlier on today. But it's Mike Coogan who will take the win in the 100 meters in heat 2, stopping the clock at 11:73. Very good race, clean race by both the athletes. So that was the second heat of the M50 100 meters. Just warming up over on the far side in the women's javelin, but next on to the hammer throw. This is Karen Jones. Unfortunately hitting on the outside of the cage. Well, fortunately for her, they're only in the warm-up round. So hopefully she will make those corrections don't do it again in the actual competition. Sun has decided to disappear now. It started to get a little bit chilly here in the stands. As we get ready for the next race on the track. Great start there. It seems like those inside lanes are the lucky lanes. Fortunately, no clock that time, but winning that race was Mark Collins in the M50 race. Nice and cleanly away. Next race on the track will be the M45 100 metres. On the inside, Craig Christian, then Kieran O'Brien, Oliver Paul, Russell Hingley, Alan Lee and Grant Legdon. cleanly away this time. Very strong on the inside is Craig Christian, but he's being challenged by the following athletes on the inside. A very, very clean race. I think it's very tight between Craig Christian and Russell Hegley on the inside. Hopefully we'll get a look at that replay. Maybe an Oliver Poole actually from Southwest Veterans AC. Having a look here at some of the hammer throw just in the warm-up round. The competition hasn't started just yet. Now on to heat 2 of this Masters 45 100 metres with Walter Michelli, John Tyndall, Daniel Afosu, Anthony Brown, Alan Robertson and Michael Barger. Clean race away. It looks like the athlete on the inside, Alan Robertson, who's taken this lead from the beginning. Clock stops in 11:81. Very, very strong race from Alan Robertson. A bit slow in the beginning, but worked his way through the field and to take the win. The wind is really starting to pick up now. So it'll be a terrible headwind for those athletes. Not very nice to run into. I'm sure they've dealt with worse conditions. Still in the warm-ups for this hammer throw. Still in the warm-ups for this hammer throw. Shortly the competition will get underway. Apologies again if some of the graphics are wrong, and we are slightly behind schedule and the timetable has been shifted around and changed, so unfortunately we are not up to date, but if you do want to see the results, they will be on Open Track, and I will try my best to get you all updated as to what's going on. We start the first heat of the M40 category in the men's 100 metres. Unfortunately, we've got no start list here, so I will try my best. Cleanly away. It's the athlete on the outside lane, but on the inside is pulling away, chasing him down. Photo finish have had to be very busy today, I must admit. Clock stopping at 11 seconds 97. And now the competition has begun for this hammer throw. They've started off with a very clean throw, so improvements from those warm-ups that we saw earlier. That was Sally Vine with a throw around the 25-metre mark. In the cage now. That was Jill Boosin. The throw also around that same mark, around 20-25 metres. This will be the second heat for the M40 for the men's 100 metres. clean start from all the athletes. Seems like there's outside lanes, but coming through the middle is Parfum. It'll be the outside lane. David Miller will take the win on that one. And in second place, Peter Hall. The M40 list for the men's 100 meters M40. That's the replay of the previous race, the one before this one, so that was heat 1. We'll take our first looks at the high jump. So that high jump competition is the M55 and M60. Got 7 competitors taking part. We're in the bib number 373, Stephen Linsell, 369, Simon Lemaire, 277, David Hartwell, 388, Andrew Pringle, 290, Aidan O'Donoghue, 299, Mark Roach, and 318, Wilfred Floyd Wilkes. Clearly away in this men's race, M35, very quick, athlete on the inside and outside. 11:24, one of the fastest events. Hopefully we'll get a look back at that replay. The M35 100 metre heat 1. Winner Dwayne Bovell. As we take a look again at the men's high jump, like I said, it's a mixture of 2 age categories. Again, for apologies for the delay with these races. There's a delay with the timetable, have to change some things around and also change with the start list. But the next race will be the women's 3K walk in the 35 plus age group. So we have the women's 3K undergo. This is the 35 plus age group. We're in bib number 744. Is Michelle O'Neill Holm. In 598, Alexandra Majaska Annie. 726, Helen Watson. 715, Jan McCool. 742, Granzia Manzanotti. 748, Melanie Peddle. 66, Karen Derbyshire. And 643, Nan Afosu. with 7 laps to go. We have the Nuneaton Harrier taking the front, taking the lead. As they spread out all around the track. They went through the first 400 in about 2 minutes. So this is Carolyn Derbyshire for Nuneaton Harriers and the Midland Masters Athletics Club. And there will be track officials dotted around as well, so looking out for technique, make sure no rules are being broken. Follow closely behind her is Grazie Monanazzi in 2nd place, and in 3rd place currently is Melanie Paddle. As we have a look, this is our first warning today, and that was for Nana Fosu. Let's also have a look here at the discus as that competition is continuing. And we just take a look there at Karen Jones. It was around the 35-40 metre mark. And so we have a look with 5 laps to go. So the Nuneaton Harrier out in the lead. She's actually starting to approach the athlete towards the back, so she may be lapped. We'll go back to the hammer throw. That was Susan Jones, who just threw the hammer throw. Big throw around the 30 metre mark. Hazel Barker, just exiting the discus throw. Hammer throw, apologies. We're on the 22-metre mark. Four laps to go in the 3,000-metre walk. This is the women's 35 plus age category. There's two athletes starting to crunch together now, so she's closing that gap behind her. So Melanie Peddle just now coming up onto the shoulder of her teammate. But it's still the Nuneaton Harrier athlete still out in front. Has got about a 50-metre lead. So the real competition is behind that second and third spot. So Carolyn Derbyshire still in front with 3 laps to go. While Grazie Manazzi and Melanie Paddle battling for that second position, but they're slowly closing that gap. So we have our first disqualification as well. None of first two, unfortunately, has been disqualified.
Ladies, I shall see you later.
But it's still the athletes in front. Caroline Derbyshire with the Neaton Harriers. And then Radiant Pedal and Grazia Monarzi. They're slowly closing that gap. Melanie Paddle has now found another gear and is pushing forward, so closing that gap on Caroline, apologies. As she now gets onto the shoulder of Caroline. Two of them side by side now, and they've got 2 laps to go. Unfortunately, Caroline Derbyshire unable to go with the pace, however still fighting hard. Melanie Paddle comes to the front, takes the lead. Warning there for Caroline as they now approach the bell. So just over 14 minutes. And she checks over her shoulder just to see where her competitors are at. And then gap is building. Grazia still trying to close that gap for that second place position. So, Melanie Paddle, the final time coming down that back straight, and she's now opened up that gap on the other athletes. There's about a 40-metre lead. And she comes into the bend, the final time. As she comes into the home straight, so give it up for Melanie Paddle of this women's 300 metre walk in the W35 plus age group. The crowd here to support. As she finds out last gear, just picks up the pace a little bit. And she will come over the line as the champion with a time of 16:04. Grazia Monarzi coming through to take second place. She also finds another gear. And finally, Caroline Derbyshire and the Neaton Harriers come through to take third place. bring our final few competitors home. This is Helen Watson, the Midlands Masters Athletics Club. As she approaches the bell for her final lap. Alexandra Majewatskian will come through to take 4th place for Charnwood AC. And now it's Jan McClure taking the bell for her final lap. Michelle O'Neill Hall taking the bell for her final lap. So Helen Watson for the final time coming down the home straight. She finishes her campaign in the women's 3,000 metre walk. This is the women's 35 plus K category. So she was under that 20-minute mark. Jan McClure coming over the finishing line as she finished her campaign 20 minutes and 10. And our final competitor as she comes down the home straight, Michelle O'Neill Hall, representing North East Midlands Masters Athletics Association. She finds another gear, bringing it home for the last 20 metres. And that concludes the women's 3,000 metre walk in the 35 plus age group category. Next track event will be the men's 3,000 metre walk in the 35 plus age category as well. So we'll take our first looks at the pole vault as they're still warming up. First looks at that competition. as we begin the men's 3,000 metre walk. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to the Moorways Stadium in Derby for the British Masters Athletics Championships. Just currently watching the men's 3,000 metre walk. Really competitive at the beginning, 2 athletes side by side, but still 7 laps to go. So the 2 men side by side.
If you need a break or anything, so I'll just back in 10 minutes. I don't know if this would be a good time to have a break. Oh, it's up to you anyway.
But I'm actually pleased because I was way behind the rest in the house as well. But I think I'm not better. You know, I was very
the guy, I think, we were told it was an EPC 5 meters, and I just thought the guy was there since each year.
They're out stretching about it once another drop. I'm checking it, then we're going to see it.
Good luck.
Hello and welcome back to the British Masters Athletics Track and Field Championships here in Derby Moorways Stadium. It's 2024. Just had a short break there, but we're now back into kickstart the action again. Just then was the men's 3,000 metre race walk. It was the M35 plus category. The next track event we have is the women's 100 metres in the 70 plus age category. We've got 2 heats today, and in this first heat we've got Sally Hine wearing bib number 827. 832 is Caroline Marler. 837 is Joy Lynn Saunders Mullins, and 829 is Lorraine Hunte. Hine, Marler, Saunders Mullins, Hunte. Women's 100 metres W70. Cleanly away race, nice and even to begin with, but as we get into this, maybe the athlete on the inside, Caroline Marler, is pulling away from the rest of the field. Stops the clock at 16:99. That was Caroline Marler of the Northern Master Athletics Club, winning that with a time of 16:99. As we move on to Heat 2 of the women's 100 metres 70 age group. We're in the number 826, Jean Fell, 834, Anne Nelson, 830, Jeanette Kilger, 824, Doreen Craig, and 838, Georgina Smith. This is the women's 70, 100 metres. Fale, Nelson, Kilger, Craig, and Smith.
I'll go around and stand around the side there.
And another clean race as they start their race. It's the athlete on the inside, Anne Nelson, but who's being challenged by Jean Fair on the outside. Very close race, 17-12 between Jean Fair and Georgia Smith. I believe it may have been the athlete on the outside, Georgia Smith, who would have taken that win. As we move on to our next 100-metre race, the women's 75 plus age category. In lane 2 we've got Patricia Hill. In lane 3, Jill Milici. In 4, Judy Hopkins. In 5, Maria West. In 6, Kathleen Stewart. And in 7, Dorothy Fraser. This is an age group mixed of V80, V75 and V85 athletes. They line up behind the starting line, waiting for the starter's instructions. These are some of the eldest competitors of the championships. So a lot of respect going their way. Weather's started to cool down a little bit here, but the wind has died down drastically, which will be great for them. As earlier we had terrible headwinds. So we have Hill, Machili, Hoskins, West, Stewart and Fraser. Again, cleanly away, but right on the inside, taking this race from the gun is Maria West, absolutely storming away from the rest of the field. Clock stops in time of 15.86. Maria West of Veterans AC. And just there to finish, cross over the finish line, that was Dorothy Fraser. This was the women's 100 metres, 75 plus age category. We head back over to that discus. This is a multi-age group and gender event at the moment. Great throw there. Just shy of that 50-metre mark. That throw was John Twiddle. And we now move over to our last 100-metre race. It's the women's 65 age group category. Only two in this race. So we've got Nikki Bookwell and Hilary West. Nikki Book now wearing the bib number 803. Hilary West wearing 822.
No comments, he said.
Unfortunate. No jump there. Let's take a look again at the discus throw. So that last competition has now concluded. So this is just the warm-up rounds as they get ready for the next age groups. There are the results from the women's 3,000 metre walk. Malin Pedal taking the win with a time of 16:04. Grazia Mantozzi taking the silver medal, and Carolyn Derbyshire taking the bronze. An unfortunate disqualification for Nana Ofosu. She only had 2 more laps to go. Next race, the women's 100 metres. Cleanly away this time. Maybe Rachel inside the middle, pulling away from the rest, but she's been challenged by the long-legged Virgo. Great race though to hold her off in the end, winning it with a time of 14.06. Very, very tight finish there between the winner in Anne Virgo. That was the women's 55 category in the 100 metres. The winner of that race going to Juliet Sydney, in silver medal position to Anne Virgo. Back to the hammer throw. Clean throw this time. That was Sue Daisy. Still in the warm-up stages of the hammer throw, but shortly the competition will be underway. As well as the infield, we also have another cage on the outside of the stadium, which discus is taking place. Just a bit of a track break as we await the next race. But as mentioned before, if you didn't join us earlier, this is the British Masters Athletics Championships here in Derby at Moorways Stadium, with over 800 competitors here this weekend, some competing in just one event, some competing in multiple, and hopefully to see a lot of these athletes competing at the World Championships later on this year in Gothenburg. All the best to those athletes who will be competing there. As we just have a look here at some of the warm-up rounds for the discus. Unfortunately, we are slightly behind schedule here today, and there has been some changes to the timetable and start lists. So I'll try and keep updated where I can. Hopefully we will get back on track shortly. I think we're about half an hour behind schedule. some results for the 3000k men's walk, with Stuart Bennett coming out with the victory, finishing with a time of 17:42. In second place, Ian Richards, 17:55, and in third place, Mark Crawshaw with a time of 18:31. Hopefully this discus competition apologies, not discus, hammer throw competition will start shortly. Just a few looks at some warm-up throws. Well, we're at a quick track break here. I don't know if many of you are aware, but the Olympics has started. I'd love to know your thoughts on the opening ceremony yesterday if you watched. Very unusual, different to what we are used to. Obviously, the athletes weren't in a stadium. They were down the river on boats. Obviously, the weather wasn't great. It rained, but I guess the British athletes must be used to that. But it'd be great to see your comments below and your thoughts of the Olympic opening ceremony, and also let me know what event you're most looking forward to. Janice Price in 2, Janice Nottingham in 3, Christine King in 4, Marlene Garland in 5, Julie Hitchkin in 6, Sandra Mitch Tush in 7, Angela Bryan, and in 8, Jennings Richardson. We're on the way cleaning.
Come on, push! Come on!
It's Christine King that is taking it from the gun, pushing right on. But right behind her, Marlene Garland. Have a look at the replay. Christine King winning it in 14:02. She pushed out from the blocks. And a really, really good start. And able to come away with the win today. So here we go, the first thrower of the event to kickstart it all off. We've got Jill Lamb, who is a women's 65 athlete. Great wind up to get the momentum going. Starts off the competition great with a lovely white flag. They're just falling shy of that 20-metre mark. A great way to start the competition. Next up to throw is Claire Cameron, also a women's 65 athlete. Sends it right up into the skies, gets the white flag. fact, a very good throw. Practically straight down the middle. Next to throw will be Julie Wakeham. Great throw, heading out to that 30-metre line. Next to enter the cage is Brenda Russell, as she starts her campaign off. Unfortunately, just hitting the cage on the way up towards the top. So we'll take the no throw this time, but room for improvement. Take a look on the far side, at the other end of the stadium, is the men's warming up for the javelin. It would be the M70 and 75 classification for that javelin. Back to the hammer throw. Deborah Murch. Next to throw is Pat Higgins of Telford AC. And she gets her campaign underway. Huge roar as she lets go of the hammer. Gets the white flag just over that 20-metre mark. So a great way to start her campaign. She is also one of the females competing in the 65 age category. Sue Daisy next to throw then. Unfortunately, a no throw, and it just bounced out of bounds. Starting off her campaign, this is Linda Oxlade in the women's 70 campaign. onto the women's 100 metres. .45 age group category. Cleanly away. Just on the inside. That was Andina Gareguru. Apologies. So in that race was in lane 2, Laura Purdy. 3, Andina Garogu. In 4, Liz Duke. In 5, Danielle Sage. In 6 was Carol Holt. And in 7 was Sarah Westrap. Great race by all the ladies. Next up on the runway, in the women's long jump.
Yeah, take care, mate. Well done, mate. See you soon.
Great jump there.
The women's 40, so that
By Janice Price. She's also a great triple jumper, so I wonder if she'll be contending in that event tomorrow. 3 meters 54. A great way to start her campaign. Next on the runway is Sally Vine. She attacks the runway. Great jump, gets the red flag, unfortunately. It was a no jump. As we head over to the next race on the women's 100 metres W50. In lane 3, we've got Nina Ridge. In 4, Michelle Thomas. In 5, Lenore Lambert. In 6, Kathleen Mills. And in 7, Wendy Stanford. This is the women's 100 metres 50 age category. Cleanly away. The Birchfield Harrier, Michelle Thomas, out in front, pushing really, really hard. She dips at the line in a time of 13.73. A great win there for Michelle. Look back at the replay. Was fighting hard all the way through. She had athletes behind her, hot on her heels. So that was heat 1 of the women's W50 100 metres. We look at the women's long jump again. This is the W65 age group category. Over to heat 2 of the women's 50 100 metres. In lane 3, we've got Lourdes Bradley. In lane 4, Janelle Quinn. In 5, Frances Malcolm. In 6, Yvette Henry. And in 7, Paula Williams. Excuse the graphics on the screen. A quick start for Yvette Henry on the inside. And she's pulling away. Not the best of starts, but she managed to recover easily. Paula Williams chasing behind. And Yvette slows down before she gets to the finish line, crossing that line in 13:37. Must be saving energy for further events to come. But a great race by Yvette Henry, crossing in that line and finishing with a time of 13:37. Back to the women's long jump as we take a look at round 2. So back to the women's 68 category. So this is a mixture of W60 and W65. Sorry, W55 and W60. It was Louise Kirby. Starting off the second round. $2.86 meters. So improving on her last jump. Next to jump was the Telford athlete, Jane Tench. $2.38 meters. Next on the runway is Louise Wood. Was Wood running down the runway as she takes off. Great jump. Gets the white flag. Just slightly veering to one side. It'll be very interesting. 14.26 meters. Next on the runway will be Hazel Barker. Apologies, it's Jay Clark on the runway. Room to spare on the board, so we know we'll get the white flag. We like that confirmation. $2.99 meters, so just shy of that 3 meter mark. Maybe the space on the board would have made a difference. Next on the runway will be Maylene Garland. After just finishing at the 100 meter sprint, she's over to the long jump, now on the runway. Practically perfect on the board. 4 meter 68 there. That was for Marlene Gard in the women's long jump. She's in the W60 category. Women's pole vault still happening over on the back straight. The temperature has dropped over here in Derby and the wind has picked up once again, so they are going to be cold because there is no shelter, and with the wind in their faces. In fact, it's just starting to rain over here in Derby. So the dark clouds are starting to come over. Hopefully it will just pass and nothing too heavy. But not great for the athletes out there. They want to be nice and warm and dry. Back to the women's long jump. We have Glennis on the runway. No jumps. So after this lovely sunny morning we've had, it has now started to rain quite heavily over here in Derby. Everyone's starting to make their way up into the stands for a little bit of shelter. Hopefully it's just passing by and it will improve. The competition must go on. Next on the runway for the women's long jump will be Nikki Buckwell, apologies. Hopefully get this jump over and done with and put some clothes on, as it's starting to just get heavier and heavier over here in Derby. Great jump there. Nice clean landing, gets the white flag. So the weather obviously not playing a factor. 2 meters 75.
One mate over 60 was told his heat was going to be high. So
Go downstairs and ask him.
they just all they know is like talking about an hour behind it.
You know, did you have two races?
So we had 2 heats. We've got I'm surprised my mate was over 60. I'm finding that we'll see. Get your just double checking the
So in this next race, in 2 is Catherine Peck, in 3 Lisa Bowden, in 4 Kathleen Moffat, Mikington, in 5 Sarah Hilligan, in 6 Early Jones, in 7 Sarah Johnson, and 8 Mandy Curtis. This is the preparations for the women's 100 metres in the W40 category.
No jumping for me this time. 4 and 4 hurdles.
Hold on.
Yeah, got some there.
Why is that? Sure. It's the round one. What it is. So what you got to do? Sorry. What's happening with that thing at the end? Sprint. What's happening? What's happening with the sprint at the end?
So in lane 2, Peck, 3 Bowland, 4 Mikington, 5 Hilligan, 6 Jones, 7 Johnson, 8 Curtis. Oh, and there's somebody on the track. You may believe they were in this race. Apologies for the slight disruption. Just an update. We believe the track events are behind, and there has been a lot of changes to the timetable, some shuffling around and start lists. So bear with us. But if you do want results on the action that's happening today, you can head over to Open Track, where you'll find the British Masters Athletics Championships 2024. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the British Masters Athletics Championships. We're in Derby Moorways, where the heavens have just opened and it's starting to rain. And welcome to this is day 2 of the action, and where tomorrow we have more. Yesterday was just a couple of field events in the evening. So just a reminder, lane 2, Catherine Peck, lane 3, Lisa Bowland, in 4, Caroline Mikington, 5, Sarah Horligan, in 6, Early Jones, 7, Sarah Johnson, and 8, Mandy Curtis. This is the women's 100 metres B40. Now the race is underway. So it seems like that additional athlete has been added to lane 1. cleanly away this time. There's a drive into the floor. As Lisa Bowland's pulling away from the rest of the field. Stopping the clock in a time of 13 dead. That was a spectacular race, considering the circumstances beforehand. They have obviously held back in the rain, waiting in the cold. Eventually, it's all sorted. So the winner there being Lisa Bowland, representing Veterans AC. In the pole vault, we are down to just a few competitors left now. Great clearance there by the athlete. Gives the bar a bit of a wobble, but it stays on, and that's all that matters. As we head back to the hammer throw. This is Liz Sissons, a W80 athlete. Oh, unfortunately, just catching the cage on the outside there. So we are about an hour behind schedule here in Derby as the rain starts to come down. This is Evan Williams. Just on the inside of the outer bounds line, over 20 meters. Great jump there. Back over to the pole vault. Fortunate no jump there for the athlete. Choosing not to take that jump. Jill Lamb then in the hammer throw. Unfortunate there for the athlete in the hammer throw. Duly welcome, Wakelam. Just a bit of aggravation there. I think she was feeling quite good. Unfortunate no jump over there as well at the pole vault. Helen Watson in the pole vault just there. Back to the hammer throw, we have the Telford athlete. Pat Higgins. Allow her to roar in the cage as she let go of the hammer. Just going up into the air rather than long. Just below that 20-metre mark. Doreen Craig next to throw. Apology, not Doreen Craig, Sue Daisy. Gets the white flag. Around the 15-metre mark.
Very good fields. The Wine National Gallery is basically 21 people telling us about their favourite paintings. 14 staff members.
Watching clearance, I believe. There's just 2 athletes left in that pole vault competition. Linda Oxlade then, in the hammer throw. Looking further than her previous attempt. Make sure she exits out the back of the circle. Velma Thompson has now entered the ring. Unfortunately, just sitting the outside of the cage, we'll get that dreaded red flag and no throw. Women's long jump. Oh, I hope she's okay. Oh yeah, she's up fine. Still gets the white flag. Iris Holder. That was in the women's long jump. A huge cheer from Iris over by the long jump. I believe that concludes the women's pole vault competition. Daphne Marler now in the women's hammer. As we now move on to our next track race, which would be the women's 35 100 meters. In lane 2, Kirsty Kane. In 3, Royson McBridge. 4, Casey Bolgan. Crystal Bolgan, sorry. 5, Joanne Ryan. 6, Amanda Porter. 7, Hannah Carson. And 8, Candice Watson. Crane, McBridge, Balgan, Ryan, Porter, Carson, Watson. Cleanly away, very, very even over the first 20 metres. Now the athletes in the middle are starting to pull away. Joanne Ryan right in the middle, but she's got some competition. Oh, as she just falls over the line. She may have got it. Hope she's okay. Medical staff has been called over. Clock stopped at 12:83. Some tough competition there. As right on her inside was Amanda Porter. We believe medical assistance has been called over. Look at the heptathlon. Not heptathlon, sorry, the hammer throw. When we look at the women's long jump, the Telford athlete looks to improve on what she's already done so far, gets the white flag. Not quite the improvement she wanted, but I believe still got one more round to go. That race was a bit like a Femke Bol ending, as she likes to dive over. She likes to dive over the line sometimes as well. It's becoming more and more often in athletics. Claire Cameron then in the women's hammer throw. Huge roar as she lets go of that hammer. Just over that 20-metre line. So an improvement on her previous throw. Just here's a replay of that women's 100-metre race. Just as she's fighting towards the end, she just clips her own toe on the track. But she is okay. She's seeking medical attention, has got up off the track. Just as an update if anyone was wondering. All the athletes are tending to her, showing her some support. She is up and talking, which is always a good sign. Back to this women's long jump. Next to jump on the runway, Glenys Richardson. Great jump by Glenys. Hits the white flag. A few attempts were just shy of that 3-metre mark. (2.91 meters), so consistent with her jumping. Can all the M60 100-metre runners meet Wendy in the registration office, please? That's all the M60 100-metre runners in the registration office, please. Is that okay? So now a change of scenery. Over on the other end of the track, we're going to start the 400-metre races.
On your mark.
cleanly away. So we start the men's 400-meter hurdles. So still even down the back straight. No major moves have been made yet. As you run the first 200 meters in around 35 seconds. As we come round the bend to the home straight. It's going to be a tough competition behind for second and third. So this is the men's 400 meters 75 age group. With a huge win for the athlete in first place, making sure he doesn't lose balance. That was Malcolm Weir on the outside, bringing home the win in the time of 1 minute 17. That was the men's 400 meters, 75. Have a look back at the replay, just nearly falling over there, losing his balance, but managed to maintain momentum and still came away with the win. So that's 1 minute 17. That was for Malcolm Weir. We go again for the next men's 400 meters. So this is the M75 400 meters. Just the 5 athletes. In lane 4, Jim Harries. In 5, John Exley. In 6, Richard Penlove. And in 7, Malcolm. Wait, no, that's just the. Sorry, apologies. That's the race that's just happened. There's been a mix-up with the start list, so my apologies. But the athlete on the outside, running away from the field. With a great run. The outside lane. This is Peter Maud. So this is the M70 400-meter race. Peter Maud taking the win there at a time of 1:04. With David Hines coming in for second place. And Graham Webster to come through for third. great race by the men. So that was the men's 400 metres M70. Next race will be the men's 80 plus 400 metres. Just been a slight change to the timetable. Hopefully back on track. Great jump there. So the next race is the M80 plus 400 metres. In lane 4 is Tony Ree. In 5 is David Cargill. In 6, Barry Hughes. And they are away. Quickly on the inside is Tony Ree, who's already up on the shoulder of David Colwell. Barry Hughes is striking away on the back. As Tony Ree is breaking down that stagger on the outside, as he has already passed David Galwell. As they start to approach the 200 metre mark. So it's Barry Hughes on the outside and then Tony Ree on the inside with David Cargill through the middle. As the stagger starts to unwind. Tony Ree starting to catch up, but Barry Hughes just found another gear on the outside, starting to pull away. Barry Hughes is then 50 metres to go for this men's 80 plus on the 400 metres. He will take the win in a time of 1:38.93. With Tony Ree to take second place, as David Cowgill gets lots of support with the last 50 metres. As he crosses the line just over 2 minutes. That was the M80 plus 400 metres. As we look back at the winner, Barry Hughes, as he pushes towards the line. Winning time, 1:36. Dennis Richardson on the long jump run up. Still chasing that 3 metre mark. 2 meters 96. So consistently in that 2 meters 90 bracket. Sun finally decided to come back out here in Derby. If you're just joining us now, welcome to the British Masters Athletics Track and Field Championships 2024. We're here in Derby at the Moorways Stadium. Just over halfway through today's competition. It's been a great competition so far. Some new champions being crowned, some reigning champions being crowned. Just had a small spell of rain, but luckily just passing over now and the sun is coming back out. As we take a look at the women's long jump. Denise Timmins on the runaway. What a great jump. I think just shy of that 3 meter mark. Two meters 84. Sorry, apologies, 2 meters 94. Take a look at the next athlete on the women's long jump, Jeanette Aston. So she's a W65 athlete. Meters 21. As we come to the final rounds of the women's hammer throw. Next to enter the cage. This is Linda Oxlade, one of our W70 throwers. She also competed in the javelin throw earlier on today. Had a great performance there. And she gets ready to throw the hammer throw. I'm just not quite happy there, but it's okay. Let's get ready to reset and go again. As she winds up. Just out to the left-hand side. Has been favouring that side pretty much throughout the competition. As we get ready for this next 400 metre race, it will be the W60 plus 400 metres for the women's. This is a mixture of W60 and W65 races. In lane 1, Janice Nottingham. In 2, Christine Anthony. In 3, Angela Bryant. In 4, Jan Ellicott. In 5, Catherine Winrow. In 6, Hilary West. In 7, Edgar Maguire. And in 8, Jenny Brown. Jan Ellicott has already taken the stagger out on her 2 fellow athletes on the outside. And she's pushing down towards the back straight. But also going well on the inside is Angela Bryant. But at the moment,
You're probably a bit stuck there. Would you like a coffee?
okay, thank you. Thank you, there. So as we take the bend and come down into the home straight. In lane 4, Jan Ellicott comes down into the home straight in the pole position. But on her outside is Eden Maguire. As they both go in neck and neck with each other. We've got W65 versus W60. Stopping the clock at 1:08:63. That was a great run between Jan Ellicott and Eldon Maguire. That was heat 1 of the women's 60 plus 400 meters. Like I said, in these races they've mixed the W60 and W65, but a great run by both athletes there. As we get ready for the next race, which is a mixture of W70, W75 and W80 athletes for the women's 400 meters. So in lane 2 is Louise Jeffries, in 3 Jeanette Kilger, in 4 Sarah Roberts, in 5 Doreen Craig, in 6 Anne Doherty, and in 7 Kathleen Stewart. Jeffries, Kilger, Roberts, Craig, Doherty, Stewart. Kilger, Roberts, Craig, Doxey, Stewart and Jeffries. So out in lane 5, Dawn Craig has gone out super quick, taking up the stagger on her outside. But on the inside, it's Sarah Roberts who's starting to pull through. This is going to be a very close race as they reach 200 metres in about 40 seconds. Now pulling away. As we come round to the straight, it's the athlete in lane 2, Louise Jeffries, the late addition to this race, is now pulling away from the rest of the field, but not far behind is Sarah Roberts, the athlete in lane 4, as she tries to find another gear as the gap is slowly closing. But it will be Louise Jeffries who will take the win. 1 minute 19 and 9 seconds. And to conclude this race, with the athlete just coming down on the home straight now. Doreen Craig, as she comes down to the home straight. And she crosses over the line under that 2-minute mark, which is great. Here we look as she's just trying to close in. I think if she had another 2 meters or so, then that race would have been a different outcome. That was the women's 400 meters, a mixed category of W70, W75 and W80. Meters 43 for the athlete in the long jump. That was Janice Price with the Midlands Masters Athletics competition. Has a huge smile on her face, so she's happy with her performance so far. Oh, unfortunate no jump. She just stuttered as she was coming into the board. As they're concluding, coming up to the final round of this women's long jump. Next on the runway is Claire St. John Calder as she takes her final jump. As we go to the heats of the men's M65 400 meters in lane 4, we've got Mike Jackson. In 5, Stephen Taylor. In 6, Adrian Day. And in 7, Henry Hopkins. Cleanly away. Nobody making any upsetting moves as of yet. The gap just starting to open. Adrian Day just starting to show some improvement down the back straight as he opens up a gap between himself and Stephen Taylor. But he's still yet to make some ground up on Henry Hopkins as they meet 200 meters in about 36 seconds. They're coming around this top bend. This is where the stagger starts to unwind. It's Adrian Day and Henry Hopkins on the outside. Adrian Day now starting to take a lead with 100 meters to go. Adrian Day driving hard, high knee lift. But Adrian Day, 50 meters to go. For the Veterans AC, he will come away with the win. And behind him, Mike Jackson will come through for second place, and Henry Hopkins for third. The winning time for Adrian Day was 1 minute and 6 seconds. Let's have a look at this replay. It's Adrian Day really pushing towards the finish line. Great finish. If that time is confirmed, that would be very, very close to his lifetime best. So it shows he's in good shape. Men's 400 meters. In the men's M65 category. Heat 2. The athlete in lane 4 takes it out, unwinds the stagger from the beginning. This is a lot quicker than the first race. Takes the first 200 meters in about 30 seconds. So he's really pushing it. He comes down the home straight, working the arms. This is Dave Williams pushing hard as the gap behind him is starting to close. Dave Williams will take the win in a very similar time to the race before, 1 minute 06. A great race. Just great race behind between the two athletes in second and third place. Men's hammer throw now underway. These are just the warm-up rounds. Apology. Men's discus now underway as they are starting their warm-up rounds. Last few preparations before the competition starts. As we get ready for the next race, it's the first heat of the M60 400 meters. In lane 3, Andrew Ridley. In 4, Wai Chang Lai. In 5, Brent Davis. In 6, Jameson Lee. In 7, Nigel Heron. And in 8, Colin Bates. So heat 1 of the M60 400 meters. Three, Ridley. 4, Lai. 5, Davis. 6, Lee. 7, Heron. 8, Bates. Heat 1, men's 60 age group, 400 meters. So the athlete out in lane 6, Jameson Lee, has gone out really fast as he is now working his way past 2 athletes on his outside. But Nigel Heron has also gone out quickly. But watch on the inside as Wai Cheng Lai has also come past both of the athletes. So as they come down the home straight, it's the athlete out in lane 3, Andrew Ridley. Apologies, the athlete out in lane 4, so it's Wai Chang Lao. Apologies, athlete is Andrew Ridley that took the win on that race with a time of 59.26. So yes, as we see Andrew coming down the home straight. Just outside of his season's best, his personal performance this year. Not too far outside. As we continue to have a look over the warm-up for these men's discus throws. Again, apologies to those that are watching. We are behind schedule, but if you want to have a look at the results from the performances from yesterday and so far, you can head over to Open Track. Look for the British Masters Athletics Track and Field competition. We're in Derby Moorways, and you'll be able to see all the live results. The timetable is wrong as we are slightly behind and things have had to change. On to this next race then. Heat 2 of the M60 400 meters. In lane 3, Mark Kybert. In 4, Neil Voddy. In 5, Andrew Pringle. In 6, Jed Turner. In 7, Stuart Lynn. And in 8, Malcolm Down. So it's the athlete out in lane 7, Stuart Lynn, who has gone out super fast. Already caught one the athlete on his outside, starting to pull away. Out in the red. So that's the Northeastern Masters Athletics athlete. So he has come into this competition with the best time in this field. So Stuart Lynn, as he comes off the bend into the home straight, pushing hard. But Neil Vardy is not far behind him, as Neil Vardy has now overtaken him onto the home straight, pushing hard, driving forward. Neil Vardy keeps pushing. Just outside his best as well, so these conditions are proving to be good for the athletes. Only a few hundredths of a second off his lifetime best. So Neil Varding for the Isle of Man Veterans AC coming through to take the win with a timer of 1 minute and 7 seconds. As we just skip over the timetable a little bit, as we head over to the next of the women's 400 meters. This is the W55 age group. Also, we're seeing the far side of the arena, the men's javelin underway as they're just practicing their warm-ups also. So in lane 4 we have Fiona Palmer, in 5 Michelle O'Neill Hall, and 6 Michelle Wakefield. Now, if you remember, Michelle O'Neill Hall is who we saw earlier in the race walk, in the 3K race walk. But going out strong is Fiona Palmer, wearing a Knots AC vest, who has taken both athletes on her outside. And she's now driving down the back straight. This is where it will get tough. The wind has actually changed direction, so the wind will be in her face. Approaching 200 meters, 35 seconds on the clock. So Fiona Palmer running around the bend. And Michelle Wakefield just behind her, about 30 meters behind. Fiona Palmer, slight grimace on her face as she's pushing towards the line. Not AC athlete. Just pushing towards the line. Stopping the clock at 1 minute 15. Michelle Wakefield coming through to take second place in 1 minute 22. And Michelle O'Neill Hall, like I said, who we saw earlier doing the 3K race walk, has come down a huge chunk to the 400 meters. She crosses the line now. as we take a look at the final preparations of this men's discus throw. The discus competition is now underway.
Okay.
Next. Oh, apologies. The discus is still warming up. Still warming up in this men's discus.
Yeah, online, yeah, they don't do hard copy anymore.
I believe they are coming to the final throws of the practice rounds for this men's discus, so this competition should be starting shortly. However, the men's javelin competition has started. Next race on the track will be the women's 50 400 meters. In lane 3 is Lisa Carpenter. In lane 4 is Sarah Loads. In 5, Lourdes Bradley. In 6, Wendy Day. And in 7, Michelle Thomas. It seems that Michelle Thomas has pulled out of this race. So it's just Carpenter, Loads, Bradley and Day. Quick start for Sarah Loads, and she's taken the stagger out of her fellow athletes on the outside. Sarah Loads are striking away down the back straight. She is now approaching the 200-meter mark. This is very quick. Sarah Loads in the bright pink socks here, representing the Veterans AC. Sarah Loads then coming round to the home straight. As she continues to pull away from the rest of the field. The race is going on behind, but Sarah Loads of the Veterans AC pulling away from the rest of the field, but fighting for that silver and bronze position is Lourdes Bradley and Lisa Carpenter. So the winning time for Sarah Loads, 1 minute and 4 seconds. As we now get the men's discus competition underway, starting with the competitor 324, which is Simon Armstrong, heading out towards that 40-meter line. He seems happy with that throw. Next to throw will be Neil Grover. Discus goes up into the sky around the same mark as that last throw, so just shy of that 40-meter line. Nicholas Walker then enters the circle for the men's M60 discus. Just going up into the sky. Moving on to the men's M55 400 meters. In 3, Chris Taplin. In 4, David Stewart. In 5, David Hartwell. In 6, Wilfred Floyd Wilkes. In 7, Sean Bond. And in 8, Will Adley. So it seems like Wilfred Floyd Wilkes out in lane 6 has taken this very quickly on the outside, but now here comes the athlete on the inside. Unfortunately, an athlete has stopped now. Looks like David Stewart. This is heat 1 of the M55 400 meters. So it's the athlete in lane 2, yes, David. Lane 3, apologies, Chris Taplin coming through to take this win. In lane 3, that was Chris Taplin. The winning time was 56.96. Even though the sun has now come out, it has started to rain again. Hopefully we'll see a lovely rainbow casting over the skies. But that was won by David Stewart, Chris Taplin, apologies, with a time of 56.96. As the other athlete decides to finish that race, just pulling up just before the 200-meter mark. But he's ran all the way through the line now. I think the same happened in the 100 meters, just struggling with some injury issues. Hopefully he's all okay. Back to the men's discus. That was Tony Balco. Got the white flag, just waiting to be measured. Next race, heat 2 for the M55 400 meters. In lane 3 is Adrian Haynes. In 4, Colin Williams. In 5, Julian Smith. In 6, Adrian James. In 7, Leroy Golding. And in 8, Mark Jessup. As this, like I said, the sun is shining, but the rain is falling quite heavy now on these athletes. Haynes, Williams, Smith, James, Golding, Jessup. So quite an even start to begin with, but it's the athlete in lane 5, Julian Smith, who started to unwind the stagger for the first 100 metres. As we now are approaching about 150 metres, he's now up on the second athlete on his outside, Leroy Golding. And he just passes Leroy Golding now, 200 metres to go. Colin Williams. A great run. As we now come into the home straight. This is Julian Smith coming home for the win, with Mark Jessup on the outside. 57.46 was the winning time. A great race there. 57.46, the time the clock stopped at. Great race there from all those athletes. You can see it takes a lot out of them. As we get ready for the next race, which would be the M50 400 meters. A late addition to this race. So in lane 2, we will have the athlete wearing bib number 222, Mark McAllister. Then in lane 3 is Paul Fisher. In 4, Richard Brooks. In 5, who's representing Australia, Gino Garicatio. In 6, Andrew Halliday. In 7, Richard Scoot. And in 8, the Japanese athlete, Shukasku Katori. So a little bit of an international appearance in these races. But athletics is for everyone. So this is the M50 400 meter race. Fisher, Brooks, Garrick Tino, Halliday, Scoot, Katori, with the late addition of Mark McAllister in lane 2, with wearing the bib number 222. Evenly away then as we get into this race. Mark McAllister on the inside, already up on the shoulder of Paul Fisher. Likewise for the Australian as he runs it down the back straight. This is going to be a very tight race. As we come into the home straight, it's the athlete in lane 5. Apologies that. So the athletes in lane 4 and 5, but it'll be the athlete in lane 4 who's pushing. That is Richard Brooks. But unfortunately, it's the athlete in lane 6, Andrew Halliday, who will take the win on that one, 53.86, ahead of Richard Brooks. Unfortunate, I hope the athlete is okay who did stop. He has walked across the finish line. Winning time of 53.86. That was for Andrew Halliday. Always great to see some international athletes involved as well. We move on to the women's race. The women's 45 age group category, the 400 meters. In lane 3, we have Jane Crawley. In 4, Emma Patton. In 5, Rebecca Pitchard. In 6, Liz Duke. And in 7, Carol Holt. So a nice even beginning to this race. It's the athlete on the far side, Liz Duke in lane 6, who's decided to take this race on. Going up quite quickly at the beginning, getting into a run-in. So it is Liz Duke on the back straight, representing the Northern Masters AC. As she approaches 150 to go, this is where it will start to hurt and she might start to tire. Liz Duke, as she comes into the home straight. Really working those arms and legs. Slight grimace on the face, but Liz Duke digs deep. And she's looking to finish on that special minute time, just a minute dead. So 60 seconds for Liz Duke. But Carol Holt come through to take second place. Well, that was a short spell of rain. And now the sun's back out and it's really hot. I think I can smell somebody putting sun cream on. Can never rely on British weather. Our first look at the women's shot put. Back to the discus. Unfortunate no throw there. As he just come out the front of the circle for Alan Leiper. Simon Armstrong back in the circle for the discus. Next in the circle will be Neil Grover, an M60 discus thrower.
Probably won't make it. I'll watch it on YouTube though.
Oh, I don't watch that. That's all right.
Great throw there for Neil. Just shy of that 40-metre line. Next man to circle, Nicholas Walker. No throw as he walks out the front. Obviously didn't feel right with that throw. As Gary Poolen now enters the circle. This M60 discus throw. Ball throw seems to be just under that magical 40-metre mark. However, he's given the white flag. Over back to the track is now the 400 metres M45. In lane 3, Stuart McNally. In 4, Abnor Rodriguez Futinez. 5, James Kolkoff. In 6, Nigel Gorvet. In 7, Darren Wright. And in 8, John Burnett. McNally, Rodriguez Futinez, Kotloff, Gorvet, Wright, Burnett. Cleanly away. It's the athlete in lane 5, James Colcott, who's taking this out hard. Attacking the first 200 metres. Running through the first 200 in 25 seconds. This is now where he needs to work hard. As he runs around that top bend. Coming down the home straight very confidently, James Colcott from Bratz, a Birmingham-based athletics club. He take the win in 51.63. It's a bit of a tussle behind him, but it will be Darren Wright to come through to take second place. A great race there for James. As we look back at the replay for those silver and bronze medal positions, very close. as we get to finally have a look at some of our javelin throwers here today. That was Craig Chalice. Apologies. Next race on the track will be the Heat 2 of the M45 400 metres. In lane 3, David Alworthy. In 4, Stuart Waterman. In 5, Nathan Moore. In 6, Paul Howard. In 7, Adam Bellis. And 8, Alan Lee. I must say we've been very lucky this weekend. Only one false start so far. It's a very, very even race. It's Alan Bells that's starting to make the first move as he takes Alan Lee on his outside. Starts to break down the stagger. Paul Howard going with him. Now at the moment it's Adam Bellis as he comes around the bend into the home straight. Adam Bellis pulling along Paul Howard with him. It's a fight for third position between Nathan Moore and Stuart Waterman. Stuart Waterman just overtakes for the third position. So it's Adam Bells in first, Paul Howard and Stuart Waterman. Winning time of 53.54. A great race behind Adam Bellis. As we'll see here on the replay. What a great run. Again, just outside of his best this season so far. Back to the men's discus throw. Just needs to reset. This is Robin Shaw. Robin Shaw then in the men's discus. Just something not quite right. Much better, straight down the middle. Next race on the track will be the women's 400 metres. In 2, Mandy Curtis. In lane 3, apologies, Mandy Curtis. In lane 4, Catherine Peck. In lane 5, Jennifer Beatty. In lane 6, Sarah Holligan. And in 7, Alina Stepanchuk. So it's Sarah Hooligan. It's caught upon the athlete on her outside. And she's running away with it, but she's pulling along the athlete on her inside, Jennifer Beatty. Jennifer Beatty then, as she looks to take the lead. 200 metres to go. Jennifer Beatty. As they come off their bend, Jennifer Beatty then with some potential company as the gap is starting to close. Jennifer Beatty but the gap is starting to close. It's Alina Stepnenchuk on her outside. Alina Stepnenchuk will come through to take it, and she just holds on to the silver medal position with a winning time of 1 minute 6. It's a very close race. There's a great javelin competition happening. Next athlete ready to throw. Unfortunate no throw there, as he just decided to step over the line. That was Christopher Kent. Anthony Lawler then next to throw. Gets the white flag. Women's 400 meters W35. In lane 1 we have Nina. Women's 35 age group category in 400 meters. This race looks a lot quicker than the last, with the athlete right in the middle of the track taking this on. She takes out the stagger, and both athletes on the outside. It's the athlete in lane 4. Rebecca Williams, who took the win. Time of 56.76. We take a look back at the men's javelin. The athlete from Milton Keynes. That was Anthony Moffat. So in lane 2 is Colin Brodie. In 3, Paul Ray. In 4, Michael Brucelum. In 5, Dave Awade. In 6, Terry Hawkey. In 7, Sean Riley. And in 8, Daniel Hill. Held quite a long time in the blocks that time, but still got away cleanly. It's the athlete in the Great Britain vest that's gone out really hard along the back straight. Round the top bend. This is going to be quick. First 300 in 37 seconds. It's the athlete right bang in the middle. It's Dave Ado right in the middle with Daniel Hill to take second place.
For tomorrow.
Is Sue here?
She is, yeah, but she's not there.
Or Judy?
Well, she's supposed to see me back again.
Yeah.
But there was a bit
Great competitive race there for all the men.
before she said go.
Did you get the train?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
As we go back to this men's javelin event. Yes. Javelin goes up into the sky, perfect landing. Gets the white flag. So the next race will be the M35 400 metres, men's 400 metres. In lane 1, Matthew Smith. In lane 2, Alexander Thomas. In lane 3, John Kelly. In 4, Ian Harlock. In 5, Scoot Hamstring. In 6, John Kirby. In 7, Lewis Robson. And in 8, Sam Nelson. Just a slight delay with this race. The starter, having a word with one of the athletes. I believe all is okay. Men's 400 meters, M35. So as they're going down back straight, isn't much to show for what is happening. It's going to be a very close race. 150 to go. It's the athlete on the outside just pulling away from the rest of the field. That was Lewis Robertson, and a fight for third place as well. 49.16 to take the win. For Ben Robinson.
She's saying agitating from there, because she might do that. I don't actually know if we'll be ready to do it.
Conclude our 400 meters for today, as we are now moving, well, apart from the finals later on. What we will now be moving on to the next track action will be the men's 100 meter finals. Let's go back to this discus competition. A great throw. Was David Stokes, who's just exiting the circle with no throw, actually. Unfortunate. Next to enter the circle is Paul Young. As he screams to throw the discus, give it a little bit more momentum. Steve Linsall next to enter the cage. Unfortunately, just hitting the side of the cage, meaning a no throw. Alan Leaper next to throw in this M60 discus competition. As he walks out the front and decides it's a no throw. I believe that last throw has brought the discus competition to an end. Huge roar from the Telford athlete in the javelin. He seems really happy with that distance. Don't worry guys, just a false alarm if you think you heard that gun in the background. Must be just testing. The next events will be the 100 finals and then the 400 finals. Not much of a break for the 400 metre runners. We're coming toward the end of the javelin competition. A huge roar from the athlete there, Paul Cooper. Next up to throw. Next up to throw will be Kieran O'Brien. As he takes his throw. Not the craziest of run-ups. Unfortunate no throw as the tail of the javelin hits the floor first. as the men's javelin competition continues. Unfortunate no throw there as he screamed at the javelin. As we head into this next race, the first of the finals, the 100 meters, 70 plus men. In lane 1 is Rafael Singh. In 2, David Hines. In 3, David Walker. In 4, Stephen Peters. In 5, Barry Hughes. In 6, Alan Long. In 7, Mel James. In 8, Graham White. This is your 70 plus age category, men's 100 meters. As they are away evenly. It's the athlete right in the middle from the Irish team. That was Shane Sheridan. Apologies, this was the M65 race, not the M70. So this was the M65 race. But a win for Shane Sheridan. So in lane 1 was Phil Clayton. In 2, Christopher Fenwick. In 3 was Andy McClure. In 4 was the winner, Shade Sheridan. In 5, Ian Scholes. In 6, Ian Broadhurst. In 7, Clement Lyons. And 8, Adrian Day. So apologies, that was the M65 race. Back over to the javelin. A great throw there, soaring out as he roared at the javelin. That was David Long. As we jump over from one throw to another, back to the discus competition. This is Mark Line. So they must have had their first 3 throws and then decided who was in the top 8 to have a further 3 throws. Next up to throw is Chris Privet. Unfortunate no throw, even though it was over 40 metres. He wasn't happy, so he stepped out the front. Peter Wishart. Steve Linsell to take his next throw. As he winds it up. It's right at the feet of an official as he's ready for it. Just on or around that 40-meter mark. No throw, unfortunately, there. Just not happy with that stepping out the front of the cage. As we get ready for this next 100-meter final.
On your mark.
Cleanly away this time. It's the athlete from Milton Keynes that's pushing, but it'll be the one directly in the middle. Darren Scott, apologies. That will take the win, 11.89. Darren Scott there, right in the middle of the pack. Let's have a look at this replay. Having to work really hard because the athlete on his outside from Milton Keynes was pushing all the way, and he found a second gear and was able to come away with the win. 11.89.
Doesn't matter. Go to.
Go on, Coogie!
Well, there's Monday. We're not for 200 tomorrow.
Unfortunate no throw there. Javelin didn't really travel far, it just went straight across the middle.
CV winning the M40 is Marvin Edwards, yeah?
Next race up on the track is the M50 100-metre final. In 1, Richard Brooks. In 2, Joe Affin. In 3, Trevor Hodgkin. In 4, Mark Collins. In 5, Mike Coogan. In 6, Joshua Wood. In 7, Kevin Brooker. And in 8, Gary Smith. So Richard Brooks on his own out in lane 1. Huge support here for Kevin. But it will be very, very close there between Mike Coogan and Trevor Hodgkinson. Finishing time 11.65. Really competitive race. I would love to see that replay to see who went over the line. But he's celebrating. Mark is celebrating. He thinks he got it. It's so close at the end. I think it may have been Mark Collins. Sorry, Mike Coogan, who won that race. It's now time for the M45 men's 100-metre final. Unfortunate no start there. False start, apologies. I personally didn't see any movement in the blocks. It'll be interesting to see what the decision will be. So in lane 1 is Alan Lee, in 2 John Tyndall, in 3 Russell Higgling. Unfortunately that was announced. So luckily just a warning for the athlete in lane 3, Russell Higley. So I must continue. In lane 4, Alan Roberts. In 5, Anthony Brown. In 6, Oliver Poole. In 7, Craig Christian. And in 8, Grant Lagden. Lee, Tyndall, Hagley, Robertson, Brown, Paul, Christian, Langton. Athlete in lane 3, Russell Higley, running under a warning. This time cleanly away. A very, very even race. But it's now athlete Alan Robertson that's starting to pull away from the field. Alan Robertson will take the win in a time of 11:78. A very, very close finish behind him. A great race there for Alan Robinson in the middle. I believe it was Oliver Poole came through to claim a second place. And potentially Russell Higley to get third. Next race up on the track will be the V40 100-metre final in the men's race. And that's to conclude the men's javelin competition. Don't forget to keep track of the results that are happening here today. You can head over to Open Track online where we will be having all the results posted up there. Unfortunately, the timetable was changed due to a delay in the track and also some changes in the starting list. However, all results will be on Open Track. If you just look for the British Masters Athletics Track and Field Championships 2024, you'll find it right there. Next race on the track will be the men's 100 metres in the M40 category. A couple of lanes empty in the middle in this race. In lane 1, Gary Finnick. In 2, Neil Barton. In 4, Marvin Edwards. Sorry, in 3 is Marvin Edwards. In 4 is David Miller. In 5 should have been Michael Lewis. In 6, Peter Hall. Should have been Peter Hall. In 7, Ben Reeves. And then 8, Ashley Reed. So just the 2 athletes, Peter Hall and Michael Lewis, missing from the middle. So we've got Frenwick, Barton, Edwards, Miller, Lewis, Reeves and Reed. Lovely clean start with Marvin Edwards right in the middle of the track, pushing forwards. He's taking this race from the gun in a time of 11:66. That was Marvin Edwards for the win. You heard him earlier, everyone. He says he'll be in this race and he's going to win. Marvin Edwards there with a comfortable win, finishing with a time of 11:66. What a lovely day it has been here in Derby at the Moorways Stadium for the British Masters Athletics Track and Field competition. As mentioned before, some first-time champions, some reigning champions from all different ages and abilities. This is day 2 of the British Masters Athletics Championships. If you missed any of the action, don't worry, you can always go and catch up. Don't forget, you can always go to Open Track to see all results from yesterday and today. And we'll be back tomorrow for the final day. As mentioned before, a lot of these athletes will be going to Gothenburg to represent Great Britain at the World Championship. So good luck to all those athletes here today. Hope for much success and bring home plenty of medals for Great Britain. Next race on the track will be the women's 100-meter finals, the W70 category. In 1, Caroline Marlowe. In 2, Doreen Craig. In 3, Joy Saunders Mullins. In 4, Georgia Smith. In 5, Anne Nelson. In 6, Lorraine Hunt. In 7, Jeanette Coulger. And in 8, Jean Fail. Your women's 100 meters 70. A clean start for all the races. It's 2 athletes in the middle. Joylyn Saunders and Doreen Craig going shoulder by shoulder, but it will be Georgia Smith, I believe, at the end, taking the win there. 16:87. That was a great run between Joylyn Saunders Mullins and Georgia Smith, side by side all the way to the end. I tell you, these athletes have been keeping photo finish on their toes today. But a great win there for Georgia Smith. 16:87 the winning time. the next race on the track will be the final for the women's 50, 100 metres. In lane 2 this time will be Lourdes Bradley. In 3, Yvette Henry. In 4, Lena Lambert. In 5, Paula Williams. In 6, Michelle Thomas. In 7, Catherine Miles. In 8, Janelle Quinn. And in, a late addition. So lane 1 will be Nina Ridge. So it's Ridge, Bradley, Henry, Lambert, Williams, Thomas, Miles and Quinn.
Yeah, one more race tomorrow.
So it's right on the inside. Your own Yvette Williams, but with Paula Williams pulling on behind, and closely behind Paula Williams is Michelle Thomas. But the winner of that race was Yvette Henry with a time of 13:27, with Paula Williams coming in second place and Michelle Thomas in third. A very, very competitive race that was. Yvette, the clear winner. Right behind her was Paula Williams and Michelle Thomas fighting for that silver and bronze spot. 13.27 the winner, Yvette Henry. It's on the live, don't worry.
Did you say it?
Yeah.
You here tomorrow?
No. Well, good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, yeah.
That is it. I've got 400. Not 400.
Fred wanted the flag, so I said, right, okay, I'll put the flag, and then the red flag has been big man throwing, and then I protected your athlete. And then basically, I warned him, and I said, I'll look your back, because obviously he's there and he's gone, and then if anything was coming in, whoa, 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 I would divert it out your way. And it worked, didn't it? Everything.
Excuse me, is this your own personal thing that you do?
No, no.
What is it called?
It's being streamed on YouTube.
Really? What's the channel?
It's just the British Masters Athletics. Always. I think we're done. Yeah.
All the officials. Do you want to say, like...
So that's it for today, the second day of the British Masters Athletics Track and Field Championships. We'd like to give a huge thanks to all involved and help putting this competition together. We'll be back for day 3 tomorrow morning, bright and early, but this has been day 2. Thank you very much for tuning in.